on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's a final in Vegas. Super Bowl 48 at long last, 58 at long last is over. Kansas City in overtime. Final score 25-22. Patrick Mahomes ties it up to close regulation, and he wins it in the final play of what would have been the first quarter of overtime in Super Bowl 58 with a touchdown pass to Mecole Hardman from 3 yards out. And Kansas City has beaten the 49ers in the Super Bowl once again. They've now won 2 Super Bowls in a row, and they've won 3 of the last 5.
I don't know what to say.
Welcome into overtime.
It just a loss for words in what we just watched. There's so much that can break your way, and you not capitalize on that. And there is so much that you can give the opposition. And today it felt like San Francisco had this game won multiple times. You come out of the half, and your defense holds Kansas City to 3, I believe, consecutive 3-and-outs. And for whatever reason, you don't run the football. This game is not solely on Kyle Shanahan, but the lack of, I don't want to say execution, because the defense was incredible today.
They were so good. You played 5 quarters.
All the talk of...
You played 5 quarters and you gave up 25 points to Mahomes.
To arguably the greatest quarterback ever, at least physically. Your defense that was hammered as being one of the biggest liabilities on run defense just was amazing. Was the best they probably played since the Dallas Cowboys game in week 4? Week 5?
This might have been their best defensive effort all year, honestly.
They held the best quarterback in the NFL in 5 quarters to under 26 points. And the greatest offense, at least number 7 greatest offense per DVOA of all time, can't get it done. I get Deebo Samuel gets hurt. I get George Kittle gets hurt. San Francisco had this game for the taking and did not grab the brass ring. Again, for the second time under Kyle Shanahan, this Niners team has had a Super Bowl in their freaking hands.
You're up by
this
double
thing
digits.
go.
Up by double digits in both Super Bowls, and you lost them both.
I'm sick. I have no words for Kyle Shanahan. Run the damn ball. You have the Offensive Player of the Year, and your choice is to put it into one of the best quarterbacks, I get it, in Brock Purdy's hands on 9 consecutive plays to begin the second half. I get CMC fumbled. Who freaking cares? Your best player today was CMC and Juwan Jennings. Your defense gave you everything they had.
Without Dre Greenlaw.
I'm sick to my stomach.
Dre Greenlaw probably tore his Achilles. Probably tore his freaking Achilles.
Dre Greenlaw gave you everything he had.
We don't know that for sure, but the Niners confirmed it's an Achilles injury, and he was immediately called out for the game. So it seems like an Achilles injury. Without one of those linebackers against this offense where you need your linebackers to cover Travis Kelce, the Niners were incredible on Kelce. He had 1 catch at halftime. 1 catch at halftime.
The Niners defense, Steve Wilks, for all the talk of firing you after the Vikings game, you coached the game of your life. When you told us you were built for this, Steve Wilks, you were built for this. I do not know if Kyle Shanahan is. I love Kyle. He's one of the greatest coaches when it comes to offensive schemes. There's just lulls in his game during games. He gets away from works. The Chiefs have the 29th ranked run defense, and you have the Offensive Player of the Year, and you do not trust him with the ball. Jake Moody, he gets the PAT blocked. That would have given you the win, maybe.
That changes everything. Kansas City doesn't settle for a field goal. They might win in regulation.
Mark, I'm so sick of watching legendary players walk off the Super Bowl empty-handed. This freaking team deserved to win this. CMC, Purdy, Deebo, Ayuk, Kittle, Trent freaking Williams doesn't get to call himself a Super Bowl champion tonight, and that makes me sick. They joined Frank Gore. They joined Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman.
Joe Staley.
Makes me sick. It's
Vernon Davis.
It's not just on Shanahan. Credit to Kansas City. Their offense picked things up. Spags, what a great job he did. But I can almost say this with a matter of fact. Shanahan had it in his face and let it go again. Purdy was not great to begin the second half. When you see your young quarterback, who was darn near perfect,
he was so good in the first half, so good,
where the biggest stage doesn't seem to affect him, you let him struggle for 3 consecutive drives. As fans, what are we supposed to do? As the players in that locker room, who you've told, we didn't want to go out like that against the Lions. You want to go out like this? When you put together arguably your best defensive performance all year long in the biggest moments of the season, Lombardi Trophy on the freaking line. You were the odds-on favorite to win all year long. You got the number 1 seed. You got the bye. You got every single thing you told us you needed to win the Super Bowl. And in the biggest moments, you crumbled under the pressure. I'm sick. I don't know how do you rationalize what just happened? It was a great game. I told you in pregame, it was going to be one of the greatest Super Bowls ever.
And
the difference is, it was supposed to be us holding the Lombardi Trophy. It should have been us. We should be seeing now on the stage, in the podium, welcome in your Super Bowl 58 champion, San Francisco 49ers. And again, they fumbled the bag in the biggest moment. The defense was so great. Purdy was great in the first half. Juwan Jennings, likely maybe MVP of this game, joins Nick Foles as the only player to have a passing touchdown and a catching touchdown. And he gives you everything he has on the brink against the Packers, brink against the Lions. You didn't have to go to the brink tonight if you put the game away early. Your defense was locking them down for almost 4 quarters. I'm sick. What are we supposed to do?
I wrote on my notes. We did pregame together. I wrote on my notes. Literally the first line on my notes, Sterling. The first line on my notes. And I'm going to try to show the YouTube audience. First line on my notes here. Kyle, run the damn ball. It's hard to see. Run the damn ball. You've got the best running back in the world. The best running back in the world. Your first 9 plays of the second half. Your first 9 plays of the second half. 8 passes, 1 run to McCaffrey. You called 8 passes on your first 9 plays of the second half against this rush defense. One of the worst rush defenses in the NFL. One of the best pass defenses in the NFL. Kyle, don't big brain this. You know what's going to work. It's your strength against their weakness. Your all-pro running back, your superstar running back, the guy who had 80 yards on the ground, 80 yards through the air, 160 all-purpose yards from scrimmage, and a touchdown on that crazy trick play, the throw from Juwan Jennings that you're talking about. Your first 9 plays of the second half, 8 of them are passes. Are you kidding me? What are you doing? What are you doing? I want to rip my hair out watching this team sometimes. It's over and over and over again. We've been through this before too many times. In my lifetime, this franchise has been to the Super Bowl 3 times, and each loss is more heartbreaking than the previous. Each time, I'm sick of it. I'm done. I can't do it anymore. This is ridiculous. How you can fumble the bag so many times. My God. Give it to McCaffrey. It happened the entire second half. You had a 3rd and 4 at the end of regulation when you ended up kicking the field goal and going ahead. You thinking maybe for a minute that you were going to win the game. No, don't let Kyle Shanahan off the hook. 3rd and 4, and you throw it from empty. You throw it from empty. Run the ball, get 3 yards, 4th and 1, run it again, and win the game in regulation. I'm sick.
Dude, you want to be rational, right? You want to come on and, I get it, right? Like, you want to come on and you just want to sit back, and we all wanted to celebrate. We should be celebrating, right? This game was there for the taking so many times. But for the third time, and I get it, the Falcons game maybe wasn't all Shanahan. As a head coach, in the biggest moments, Shanahan has proven to not be able to get the job done. I'm not saying fire Kyle. I'm not saying it's just his fault. Certain plays don't break away. The Chiefs fumbled 4 times. Mahomes gave you a pick on the first drive out of halftime. And what'd you do? You squandered it.
Pass.
Nothing
Pass.
It baffles me.
For 2 consecutive drives. Pass, 3 and out.
Like, oh my God. Like...
Really quickly, I want to let you guys know you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Niner fans, we're here for you all night long. As long as we got to go, you can tell Sterling and I, it's Grandy and Sterling with you here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. You can tell we're going through this. We're fans just like all you. We want to hear from you guys because this is heartbreaking, and we're going to get through this together. So give us a call, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. Again, 888-957-9570. The lines are lighting up. So if you want to get in now. Keeping an eye on the YouTube chat as well. You can visit youtube.com/957thegame. Overtime, the chat there, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We appreciate all the YouTubers as always, but this is going to be a hard one to get through.
Look, and I'll just say this. This is not, and the YouTube chat's going crazy. This is not whining. This is not complaining about refs. The refs were actually really good today.
I don't know if I had a problem with much.
There was not a play at all. Like,
nothing comes to mind immediately.
This was nothing more than Niners not getting it done when they had ample opportunity to. When no one's whining about losing this game. The Chiefs, congratulations, you won. It's your 3rd Super Bowl. Congratulations. You deserve this. You won today. You went to the brink of elimination a handful of times tonight. You fought back. But I can also tell you this. San Francisco fumbled the bat and continued to let you back in the game over and over. I get CMC fumbles. Okay, it would have been 17-3 at halftime had he not. On the first drive, they had 3 plays of 10-plus yards. They were moving the football. Again, I'm not saying fire Kyle. The offense got stagnant in the biggest moments of this game. And for that has to be on Kyle at least somewhat, right? Juwan Jennings gave you everything. Ayuk, although wasn't a big factor, up 3 catches. He got a handful of big first yards.
Oh, my God.
Juice had a game-saving at the time catch, reaching for a first down. They gave you everything. Kyle, oh my gosh, man.
I don't know, man.
Like, I don't even want to watch the TV. I'm sick.
I don't know, man. That's rough. Let's go out to the phones. This is really difficult. Really, really difficult to go through. We're gonna get to all you guys all night long. It's 8:00 here, Pacific Standard Time on the West Coast. We're with you guys all night long. Sterling and I don't know how long we're planning to be here, but it's until you guys don't want us here anymore.
Until I throw up.
Which might be soon. We're here all night long. Let's go out to the phones. We got full phone lines right now. Up first is Mario. Mario's in the Bay. Mario, what's up? You're on Overtime, man. How you doing?
How you doing? Man, we're just going to rub it off our shoulders. You know, Kyle Purdy is still better than Montana. Shanahan's still a genius. The refs gave that game to the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm going the Trump approach. We won that game. We didn't lose.
All right, thanks, Mario.
That didn't happen. But, you cannot be better than one of the greatest. And I get these kind of memeing us here, but, I don't want to hear anything about Kyle Shanahan. This was the moment from OTAs to minicamp to Purdy's torn UCL, him recovering, trading Trey Lance away. All of this led to this moment to finish the story. And they got in the biggest moment. They got in their WrestleMania. They got in their Super Bowl, and they couldn't get the shoulders down. 1, 2, 3. They let the giant, they let Mahomes, the guy that can come back over all the odds, they let him get up over and over and over again. They did not put the final blow, put the pin in the coffin. They didn't take the slingshot to the Giants' forehead.
So many damn chances.
This entire second half, you could have put the game away.
You're up 10-0. You're up 10-0 just before overtime. The defense holds Kansas City to a field goal at the end of the first half. Kansas City gets the ball to begin the second half, and you're feeling this way, I'm feeling this way. You're thinking, oh my God, Kansas City's going to come out of halftime, get a touchdown, it's going to be 10-10. All the dominance of the Niners in that first half, and it was dominant. It was dominant. The Niners were moving the ball at will. The Chiefs could do nothing until that final drive when they settled for a field goal. That seemed like a win for the Niners. The Chiefs they're going to go down and score, right? It's 10-10. This game's going to be over. It turned at halftime. What happens? Mahomes throws an interception on the first drive of the second half. And the Niners get the ball around midfield, and you're thinking, oh my God, go down, score a touchdown. This is a 14-point game. The way the Chiefs' offense is going right now, this game might be over then. That was an opportunity for the 49ers offense to run the ball down the Chiefs' throat. Something they did not stop in the first half. Pass, 3 and out. What happens next? The defense gets you another stop. Another stop. And what do? Pass. Are you kidding me? The best offense in the NFL, one of the most efficient offenses in NFL history, and I get that this is a really good Chiefs defense. Against the pass, and I know they were selling out to stop the run. They had not proved to you that they can stop the run. Why go away from it? And I get Purdy was playing well in the first half. It was his best first half of the postseason by a mile. Yeah. He was making every throw in that first half.
Had to come out hot. They did. Yeah.
The only thing that stopped them in that first half was the McCaffrey fumble. If he doesn't fumble, they score a touchdown on that first drive, and this game is entirely different. Now, McCaffrey was great. Man. This game is not on Christian McCaffrey. That fumble is unfortunate.
No. It was the first drive. It doesn't hurt you
There was a muffed punt. That sucks as well, turned into 7 points immediately for the Chiefs. You missed an extra point. There's so many moments that we can point to where it was unfortunate.
Take that right there. Luter gets the ball off his foot. McLeod tries to pick it up. They don't get it. What do Chiefs do? Next play, touchdown. They capitalize on San Francisco's mistakes.
That's what champions do. And the Niners
didn't do that.
They're not champions.
And guess what? They haven't done it in 10 weeks. They haven't done it.
And they haven't done it in the postseason.
No.
Under Shanahan.
Every time.
In the big moments. They did it against the Lions. Yeah, whatever.
They got the fumble. I get that. So I'm wrong there. But this is the worst part about this is, one, losing stinks, right? We're all bitter and angry and upset. The listeners, I'm sure, are pissed off if they aren't already drunk because they're mad, trying to put their tears in their beer, right? Now you have to start all the way over. You don't get this opportunity. Mark, me and you and the listeners know how hard 2020 was, how hard 2020 was.
This one's harder.
How hard 2022 was.
This is harder.
Everything.
This is harder.
This is worse than the first Chiefs loss, worse than the first Ravens loss in the Super Bowl.
This is worse than the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game.
This is maybe one of it. I'm only 27, so forgive me here. This may be the worst loss in Niners history. When it comes to biggest moment, the opportunities you had, you could have beaten Mahomes tonight.
There's been 2 overtime games in Super Bowl history. Shanahan's been on the losing end of both. I'm not sure that's a common denominator, but it's something to talk about. All right, let's go back out to the phones. We got to sort through our emotions, our feelings. This is a hard one for all of us to swallow. Let's go next to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, man?
Man, I threw my TV out into the sidewalk, so it's a wrap for that TV. I don't want to, I've been coaching 30 years. I'm 55. My daughter's 24. She ain't never seen us win. We've lost 3 Super Bowls in a row, bro. And let me tell you something. There's something about Shanahan, man. When you got to put your foot on someone's neck, he just can't bring himself to do it. And Luter, what are you looking at, bro? That's bad. I mean, that's bad preparation, bro. You're not watching the punt. You're just running down the field blindly. What are you doing? You know what I mean? And then we get the defense gets 2 turnovers in a row to start the second half, and we go 6 and out. Pass. Saves of Atlanta. The looter off his foot saves the Giants at the stick. Once again, with my daughter, we were leaving out of there in the rain. Everybody's damn near crying. That was because the Giants didn't even cross the field not one time on offense that game. They were 0 for 5. The only time they crossed the 50 when they beat us was when they got on the side. But that's all. Now that being said, dude, we had that game. We gave it back to them. What part of running it up the middle between the A or B gap Are you not feeling it, Shanahan?
Yep.
You ran one off-tackle play and went for 8 yards. Everything else is halfback toss. You're closer to the line, running parallel, instead of sweeping out guys forward. And that was working all season. You know what I'm saying? The line started weakening down. I don't know why you just kept passing. You said, what, no fullback draws? No double tight end set? No pro set? Dude, like, man, look, Shanahan, dude, you need to get an offensive coordinator or something, and somebody up in the booth to tell you something, bro, because there's something that you're missing, bro, in crunch time. And I don't know if it's just some part of your brain shuts off, or you just second guess yourself. Like, there's a phrase in coaching, man. Think long, think wrong, man. Go with your first gut. You see it in his eyes, bro. Like, I don't even know where to go from here. Like, what part? Well, how can we even trust Shanahan with anything?
Yeah.
Do the players even trust him anymore? I mean, come on, man. He always blaming everybody else but himself. You know what I'm saying? He always puts it on everybody else. Oh, he should have made these plays here and there. Man, you shouldn't have got tight being Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yeah.
Because when Mr. Hyde comes out, he's supposed to be an animal, and you're Mr. Hyde, he's a little punk, bro. And let me honestly keep it real, man. Like, I don't even know what to say, man. This is the most gut-wrenching loss that I've ever had in my life, having played ball in college, baseball in college, coaching 30 years. I've never had a loss like this. I knew, man, from the beginning of the season, 100% that this was our year and we were going to win it. And now that we have it, like, man, dude, like, if this wasn't the year, when is the year? Look at the talent we had, man.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nick. I'm with you, Nick. I'm with you, man. I think I only disagree with you on one thing. I think Shanahan has taken blame, and he'll probably take some blame in this one. He hasn't proven to me that he's learned from the past times that he's made mistakes. And that's a serious issue. And for Nick's question, I also don't know what's next. You can't do it with this offense, with this talent. When are you ever going to do it?
Imagine being Fred Warner tonight.
Imagine being Dre Greenlaw
Trent
tonight.
Williams.
Imagine being Dre Greenlaw tonight.
I'm repping his jersey right now.
He literally, we don't know for sure. It's not confirmed. Kyle Shanahan's probably talking now. Maybe
can assume.
Torn Achilles, which means he's probably going to be out all of next year too. At least the vast majority of it. How did it feel for him watching that in the locker room? What is he screaming when he's in that locker room by himself with medical personnel with him? Man. It's rough, man. Let's go back out to the phones. We're going to keep going to the phones here. Lines are full, but keep trying. We'll get you in eventually. A lot of callers, obviously, giving us a ring here. Up next is Josh in Seattle. Josh, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game on Overtime. How you doing, man?
You know, I just want to say very quickly, good game, Kansas City Chiefs, whatever. And now that that's out of the way, I don't know. I'm just totally at a loss of, it's all the lost opportunities. It's 100% the lost opportunities. I feel like the same guy from Nick from Berkeley, where he was just like, Kyle Shanahan just ain't got that killer in him, it feels like to me. And I'm just like sitting here trying to will it to all happen is how you feel as a fan. You just want them to do it. And you were like, in that fourth quarter, you almost had it. But all those little mistakes, why do they keep trying to test the defensive backs that were like the strongest part of that defense? Why did they not throw it up the middle? How is it George Kittle doesn't really have a play in that Super Bowl? Anyways, I don't know. I just wanted to stay out there. I hope we just come back to it. I know this team will reel back and just play hard, just be strong. We got to reload. That's all there is. We got to figure out that one last thing that just puts us finally over the hump to just get through it, because we are not done yet.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you are done.
This year, you're done.
How do you reload? You don't have any money. You have to re-sign Ayuk. You can't add anybody else unless you restructure everybody. You got a first-round draft pick. Trent Williams is 36 years old. This was the moment. You can't keep everybody forever. You keep paying Hargrave. You just paid Bosa. Chase Young ain't coming back unless it's on a team-friendly deal. Gregory ain't back, and they were awesome tonight. Awesome at containing Mahomes. Damn near perfect tonight.
Defensive line played the game of the season.
Yes. Gibson, probably going to retire. Yeah, Jair and Nufunga, if they're healthy.
That entire D-line was so good today.
Like, you have to pay Lenore eventually. Now, is that a lot of money? Who knows? You didn't even want to play Ambry Thomas. You got to find an outside corner again next year. Or a nickel cornerback, but you're paying Oliver $2 million. Your offense, is Ayuk going to re-sign? Likely, you hope so. You can't promise that. Is CMC going to stay healthy for all next year? Is Purdy going to stay healthy for all next year? You had a completely healthy roster outside of Talanoa Hufanga, and you freaking lost in the biggest game of the year. You were loaded. Your roster is 10 times better than Kansas City. The only difference is your coaching's not, and it's the offensive one, not the defensive guy. Wilkes was in his bag. He held Mahomes under 30 points. Shanahan got out-coached.
In 5 quarters.
For the second straight Super Bowl, out-coached.
Kittle had 2 catches, to the caller's point. 2 catches. There was the 4th and 3 conversion on the final drive of regulation that gave the Niners the lead. And then, no, not the final drive. It gave the Niners the lead, 16-13. And then he had the catch on 2nd and 5 after a McCaffrey run. He had the catch on 2nd and 5 with 2:45 left in the fourth quarter. The 49ers ran up to McCaffrey, got 5 yards. You're at the Kansas City 35. Tie game. Let me set this up better. 16-16. 1st and 10, McCaffrey run to the 35-yard line, 2nd and 5, with 2:45 left in regulation. You're thinking, all right, we're going to run clock out. We're in deep field goal range right now. We're going to run clock out, and we are going to kick a game-winning walk-off field goal and win this damn football game at the buzzer. So what do after you run for 5 yards to bring up 2nd and 5 at the 35-yard line? Let's call a pass. Let's call a pass out to the flat to George Kittle. Catches it for no gain. And then you got a 3rd and 5 at the 2-minute warning. Incomplete to Juwan Jennings. No time comes off the clock. You kick a deep 53-yard field goal, and Shanahan is damn lucky that Moody made it.
Moody was good.
He was good.
He had one kick block, and I get it was a big one. But guess what? He hit the one to tie you and put you into overtime eventually, and he got you 3 early. The biggest liability was playing well.
And they were not easy kicks. You could have killed more clock. You could have gained yards, made the kick easier, gotten a first down, killed the rest of the clock, and won this game in regulation. But you called the pass. You called the pass, and that was the second George Kittle catch, his second and final catch of the game. So many moments to pick through where the Niners shot themselves in the foot. There were the 2 turnovers that we talked about, and there were questionable decision after questionable decision.
Take it further. Where the hell was Deebo Samuel tonight? I get he was hurt.
Out of the lineup. So was Kittle.
I get he was hurt, so forgive him there. But his stats tonight, Deebo Samuel, 6 total touches, 45 yards in the biggest game of the year. That's all you can give me? And I get it's a play call. Maybe it goes back to Shanahan. The all-pro Deebo Samuel, receiver number 1, he did nothing tonight. Balls hit his hands. He dropped them on crossers. Maybe he was hurt. I'm sure there's context we will never know, and that's okay. I can forgive a player for going out there and playing hurt and giving everything he has. And that was Deebo late in this game. That's great. He wasn't hurt early in the game. He didn't do anything. Elijah Mitchell and Juwan Jennings were arguably, at least in the passing game and running game, more efficient than Deebo Samuel was tonight. What a joke.
Juwan played the game of his life.
He was awesome.
Juwan was incredible.
He was awesome.
He was incredible. Second player to ever have a receiving and passing touchdown in the Super Bowl. All right, back out to the phone lines we go. It's overtime on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you after the Chiefs knock off the Niners 25-22 in Super Bowl 58. A heartbreaking end for the 49ers, and this feeling is becoming all too common. Up next is Idris. Idris is in Hayward. Idris, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? Woo-wee! So, you know what? This time, maybe it ain't hit me yet. It probably hasn't hit me yet. You know it's bad when Tony Romo is literally saying, what are you doing? You've got to run the ball. I'm listening to Tony Romo like, okay, because I'm being quiet. I'm like, Shanahan does this. Okay, it's okay. Other than Marshawn Lynch not getting the ball against the Patriots, this is the next, like, what are you doing? And literally, when CMC fumbled, guess what? Pacheco fumbles. So I said, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. We got it back. To start the half. Pass. And I'm like, what the? Are you serious right now? And then give it up to the Chiefs. On 3rd and down, Spags called a blitz that Purdy couldn't do nothing. Purdy did the best he could, making plays. This was on Shanahan, y'all. Deebo, he literally got hurt twice and still came in. He's a dog. This was on Shanahan. We've seen this. So you know what? Shout out to the Niners. They did that. The defense, talk about Oh my goodness, Greenlaw killed himself, and this is what we do. You know what? I'm cool. I'm chilling. I'm humbled. It's good. I went to church today. You got me the glory. Keep it up, y'all. I ain't got nothing. For y'all. That's what's up. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Thanks, man. Idris said it hasn't really hit him yet. It's hit me.
You know what sucks is that
everything.
It hit right now. Yes, I'm still getting married in May, so thank you. But
that will now be the happiest day of your life because the Niners just refuse to give that to you.
Supposed to be today.
They refuse to give it to you.
It's what's sick is that when that ball is in the air off Mahomes' hands, and you just see it in the air and the receiver wide open.
The game-winning one.
Yes, game-winning touchdown. It felt the exact same way. Fade to Crabtree in the back of the end zone. You know it's not getting caught.
You knew immediately the game was over. One time because it was incomplete and you were the one throwing it. The other time because you knew it was complete. You were the one defending it.
It's this sense of you have all the hope in the world in your body drained out in 1 second.
It's the sense of why did I believe that this team was actually going to do it?
And the sad thing is that they could have done it over and over and over in this game. The Chiefs fumbled 5 times and threw a pick, I believe. 5 times. And they recovered almost all of them. Some of that's luck, sure. Mahomes throws you a pick. Purdy didn't throw a pick. The Niners had 2 turnovers all game. On the first drive, you can forget it. One of them crushed you because Luter wasn't paying attention, which, whatever, it's a punt. It happens. Does it stink? Yeah. A bad bounce off the foot. It happens. The difference is the Chiefs capitalized. You did not. The defense, Lenore was phenomenal. Secondary, great. Kelsey did nothing.
Got going in the fourth quarter specifically, and then carried them in OT.
They didn't cut to Taylor Swift more than 5 times.
1 catch for Kelsey at halftime.
1 catch, 1 yard. He did nothing. You stopped the best receiving tight end, dare I say, the best receiving weapon outside of Tyreek Hill in the entire NFL. You stopped him. Greatest quarterback tight end duo maybe ever. You were slowing them down. Your defense was doing everything to give the offense every chance to pull ahead, to pull away. And when they say, we can't, pass. Jesus, Kyle. I don't know what it is. It's like his eyes glaze over, his brain turns off, and then he wakes up saying, like, well, I kind of blacked out for a second. Your lights can't turn off in the biggest game. In pregame, Mark, I said, Chase Young, the effort on defense wasn't there against the Lions. You had to be dialed in every single play.
And he was.
And they were. The entire team was. Not Kyle. I get Kittle gets hurt. Maybe your personnel's not there. Chris Conley was making plays.
Chris Conley was one of the most important players on this team. Special teams. Had a third down conversion through the air.
Elijah Mitchell. Charlie Warner was at tight end a handful of times. McLeod as a receiver. Guys that aren't supposed to play in moments like this are making plays. They're not paid to play in these positions. But Kyle Shanahan, you can get an extension after losing in the Super Bowl. It was to give you the opportunity. We'll go and get Trey Lance. It doesn't work out. Well, we have Brock Purdy. Thank God. We'll get you CMC. We'll extend Ayuk eventually. We got Debo. We'll pay Kittle. We'll go and get Trent. We'll go pay Bosa. We'll acquire Young. We'll acquire Gregory. We'll have Warner. We'll give you everything you need and you still can't get it done. What are we supposed to think? Maybe it's just Kyle.
We're supposed to think maybe you can't ever get it done, because if you can't get it done with this team, with this roster, with this talent, against a severely depressed Chiefs team, this is not.
They were
this
rattled.
Is not the normal. They were so rattled. Travis freaking Kelce was bumping and pushing and screaming at Andy Reid in the first half. They were literally turning on each other in the first half. Travis Kelce nearly pushed Andy Reid to the ground, to the freaking ground.
They were having
Chris Jones was screaming,
team meetings on the sideline,
screaming at MVS for losing 8 yards when he had 4.
Oh my God.
Mahomes couldn't believe his eyes when MVS did that. Oh, this team was falling apart, and you let him off the freaking hook. You let him off the hook. How?
Dude, take some calls, man. They got to talk me through this.
All right.
Come cope with me.
Let's go. I'm seeing Chewy Gomez, the great Chewy Gomez. Chewy, what's up? You're on overtime, man.
Hey, I wish it was the legend Chewy Gomez, but it's another Chewy Gomez.
Oh, what's up, Chewy?
Hey, man, you guys literally just took the words out of my mouth. If Kyle can't get it done with this team, then I don't know how he's ever going to get it done. Honestly, short and simple, fire Kyle. That's it. Fire Kyle. Another coach would have gotten it done. No excuses. There's no excuses. Fire Kyle.
Yeah,
Ciao, guys.
Chewy, I think there's a lot of Niner fans that are going to have that reaction tonight. I don't know if I agree.
I don't blame them, though.
Yeah, I think
It's justified.
I think it's relatively fair. I think we're going to have a lot of those comments today.
And you know what just grinds my gears, rattles my brain, is that after the Chiefs lost the first time, actually, in fact, against the Falcons, when Kyle, maybe it wasn't all your fault, you lost the first time because you wanted to pass and pass and pass. You wanted to zig when everyone else was telling you to zag. He hasn't learned ever. This is the exact same issue that's plagued him in every single big moment. It's not as simple as, oh, Purdy wasn't very good today. Purdy was fine. Purdy played Super Bowl winnable play. He had a touchdown pass today. Purdy got you in positions to score a handful of times. This is not on Brock Purdy, sure. A 3 stretch of drives, 9 plays, he wasn't great. You know what your offensive head coach is supposed to do? Hey, my quarterback's starting to struggle, or the defense is starting to key on him. How about I run the football? How about I start to zig when they're starting to zag? It is Kyle Shanahan's, it's his job to figure out when my guy is struggling, how do I help him out? Maybe it's, instead of making it 3rd and 12, it's 2nd and 2 now. Now it's 3rd and 4. It's giving your quarterback, who at the time wasn't playing well, opportunity on 3rd and short, on 2nd and short. Instead it was pass incomplete, pass driven back 2 yards because you want to run a dumb play action bootleg to Jennings and lose 5 and put you in 2nd and 15. If you run the ball, then it's 2nd and 6. Run it again, then it's 2nd and 4 or 3rd and 4. And you give your quarterback, who at the time is not playing well, to get back in rhythm. It took Jawan Jennings' 3rd down catch in the 4th drive of the second half to finally get the offense going. Imagine had that happened on the 2nd drive, on the 1st drive, if you ran the football and gave your young quarterback a chance. He was near perfection in the first half. There's a reason why the Chiefs' defense is heralded as one of the best. Spags, again, for the 2nd time, has outcoached Shanahan in the second half. I don't want to call him a Shanahan killer or a Shanahan lockdown kind of defensive mind. He might be. He's locked down Brady once and Shanahan twice in the biggest moments with the better quarterback this year, a better running back this year, 3 good receivers, including 1 Pro Bowler, another former All-Pro, and an All-Pro tight end. At what point do you look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, maybe I'm the problem. It's me. Tighten it up, Kyle. It's the second time you've been on the brink and you had it done. And you got scared and said, oh, and you wet your pants. Take the freaking diaper off and grow up. Run the football. Come on.
This is going to take a while to set in. There's a chance that this is a turning point in the Niners franchise, and not in a good way. I don't know how Jed York feels. I don't know how
that was my question.
John Lynch feels. All right, we got to take a break. Phone lines are still full. I promise you guys we're coming to you first on the other side. Will, you're up first. Gloria, Roy, and Kels. I see all you guys. We got to hit a break. We'll come back. We'll continue to break this thing down. As I said, if you want to get on the air, just wait. We will get to you eventually. We'll be with you all freaking night here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game as we digest another heartbreak handed to us by the 49ers. 25-22, the Chiefs win in Super Bowl 58. The Niners have now lost 3 consecutive Super Bowls when they've gotten there, the last 2 at the hands of the Chiefs under Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan. Time for a break. OT continues next on 95.7 The Game.
Area.
is it? It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. This was the Andy Reid special we talked about. He was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get Hardman and bring him back. And the game-winning drive of Mahomes' career, he's been waiting for. He's won Super Bowls, but he's never had it in an overtime. He is the best. He is the standard. And Michael Jordan wins it again.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
It's the final call of Super Bowl 58. Jim Nantz.
Hadn't heard it till now.
Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. Yeah, that happened, and we ran into the studio the second we saw Hardman catch that pass. Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, CBS. Mecole Hardman, touchdown in overtime, walk-off touchdown. It was at the very end of the first overtime period. I think we all were kind of figuring out what are the overtime rules at the end of the first overtime because that never happened before. There's never been a postseason game that has gotten near the end of an overtime, still tied. And this is new overtime rules where even if someone scores a touchdown on the first drive, the other team has a chance to respond. It's the Josh Allen rule. He lost to Patrick Mahomes in that fashion where he did not get a chance to respond in the playoffs.
You almost wish you had the Josh Allen rule. Shanahan would have gone for it again. He could have scored a touchdown maybe.
Maybe.
At that point, I don't want to complain about it, but
there's also an argument, in the new postseason overtime rules where both teams, no matter what happens, have an opportunity to possess the ball. Kyle, is it better to defer? Is it better to go on defense first so you know what you need to get when you're on offense?
Yeah, but in this case, it was more so of like your defense had a long drive.
That's true. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision, but there's also
there's questions to
there's
be
also
pondered.
an argument there. And I'm sure Kyle Shanahan was asked that. And when we do get that information, we'll pass it along.
I know we're trying to go to the calls here in a second, but you know what makes this a little worse is that Mecole Hardman, during the offseason on Hard Knocks, said that the Jets, which were his team at the time, were going to beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. I don't know what the score was, he said, but he then gets traded back to Kansas City, and he's the one who catches the game-winning touchdown. Like, come on, man.
Against the Niners.
Script, man. Come on.
25-22 is the final. Kansas City, they win in overtime. They get a field goal with 3 seconds left in regulation to tie it and force OT. The Niners, they get a field goal. They got down near the end. They got down near the end zone, a 27-yard chip shot field goal. They couldn't punch it in. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Red zone efficiency was going to be the difference in this game. I thought the Niners were going to be more efficient than the Chiefs. They weren't.
Nobody blocked Chris Jones. You let Kansas City's best defender unblocked up the middle of the field right into your quarterback's face.
The one thing that we can say that doesn't take away some of the blame from Shanahan, but where there's some issues elsewhere, there were a lot of bad penalties.
Yeah.
Offsides.
Holding. False starts. There's 4 of them
Trent
today.
Williams had consecutive penalties in the first half.
Bad.
It was better in the second half. There were a couple, but and they kept getting behind the sticks.
But you know what's crazy is the fact that despite every mistake San Francisco made in this game, which they made a handful,
right there to win
whether it's penalties or a turnover by CMC, Luter, and McLeod's fumble, they had Kansas City on the ropes.
Really, the whole game they had them on the ropes.
And I was telling Chris back here, he said, why does this one hurt? Like the way it does. And I told him, I said, the reason why it hurts more than the one against Kansas City in 2020 is because that game was, the Chiefs are upcoming. They're a hot team. Mahomes is the MVP. Here we go again. And that game was kind of back and forth. Yeah, you had a 10-point lead, but it was still kind of back and forth for a while. You had that lead late in the fourth quarter, but we dominated the Mahomes and Kelsey and their offense all day.
Well, I mean,
they fumbled 6 times.
In 2020, you were up 20-10 with 8 minutes left in the fourth. You dominated them as well.
But you were not dominating them like you were today. Today was from the opening kick basically till overtime. You had them.
The other thing that makes this one maybe hurt a little bit more is 2020, Debo was a rookie. Bosa was a rookie. George Kittle was young.
Dude.
And now...
You wanted him. They wanted him.
Kittle's getting up there in 8.
Kittle's 30.
This is
the window's
a turning
now.
point. This is a turning point in this franchise's history.
And take that.
In a bad way.
You're going to have to replace Trent soon. Kittle.
He's already said he wants to come back.
At least one more year.
For a couple of years.
You hope it's a couple, but
I mean, he's old. Maybe he's not the all-pro anymore.
And his ankle is kind of a ticking time bomb.
He's not showing signs of slowing down. I'm not saying that Trent was bad. Like, he had a couple penalties. He's still one of the best tackles, if not the best tackle in the NFL.
A B+ Trent's better than 90% of tackles.
Yes, but you'd be crazy to think that he's going to be that guy for years on end. It's going to come to an end at some point. And the Niners already without, left guard through right tackle. Okay, not great.
Yeah.
Left
Brendel's
tackle,
okay.
great.
Brendel's inconsistent.
But as a whole, those four.
Yeah. Aaron Banks, second round pick.
All right.
Feliciano gets hurt. Burford, I don't think was awful when he came in. But
Burford made a big play on the Jennings to McCaffrey touchdown.
And again, there's so many things you can go through and dissect, but we got so many big plays from players that you're not expecting them from. And when you get those, it almost makes you feel like, oh, this is our year. This is our game. Chris Conley's making plays. McLeod's making plays. Kinlaw's making plays. The D-line's eating up Pacheco. Pacheco didn't do anything all game. For as bad as our run defense was against the Packers and the Lions in the second half of the season, Pacheco did nothing all game. Nothing. The tackling was awesome.
18 for 59, 3.3 carries.
That's nothing. Nothing.
Mahomes hurt you on the ground.
Yes, he did.
66 yards.
He did.
Especially in the fourth quarter and overtime. 22-yard run in overtime.
He had
converted
69 yards of 75 in overtime.
He converted a big third down with his legs. Mm-hmm. They also converted a fourth down in overtime. That would have ended the game. All right. As promised, we got to go back out to the phone lines. We're going to run through your calls here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. The Chiefs knock off the Niners in Super Bowl 58 in heartbreaking fashion for Niner fans. As promised, Will is up first. Will, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. Let's just call it how it is. They choked. You know who didn't choke? Who everybody's been calling out the entire year? And all these news media has been calling out, Purdy didn't choke. Moody didn't choke. That was a very bad game for the offensive line. Very bad game. We win the game if the right side of the offensive line holds up, because Ayuk's wide open on the crossing route in the end zone. The game's over. There's a touchdown. Purdy played great. No, he didn't play good he played great. He made plays and kept the ball moving. It's Kyle Shanahan, bad plays and bad protection. It was some of the worst protection that he's ever. He couldn't even see when they faked that they were going to go into zone and did the blitz. They did that 3 times. 3 times. And Trent missed a lot of blocks. And let's call it. Look. I understand everybody keeps talking about. I love McCaffrey. But that fumble hurt a lot. Even when we got it back, that fumble hurt a lot. That fumble ends the game if he doesn't fumble. We don't lose if he doesn't fumble. And he couldn't get after he didn't mix it up with pass and run. When we get to the second half, we're passing over and over again because they couldn't get off the ball after the first half. We were losing. McCaffrey was getting 3, 4, not into the fourth quarter is when we finally had tired down their defense. But this offensive line was questionable in the beginning of the season. And we see what happened now. In spurts, it's great. I was actually worried about Purdy's health because he got hit a couple of times. But really, the offensive line, as good as the defensive line played today, the offensive line was just as bad. Right? A lot of the crossing routes were not getting open. We were seeing guys normally that we wouldn't see is because they shut down Debo, they shut down Ayuk, and they shut down Kittle. They might have been, I think Kittle was hurt in the third quarter. And Debo, a hamstring, then he needs to drink some more water. But a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, they choked, and we still should have won. They still should have won. And the other thing, Faithful, who says we get back?
Yeah.
Because as we already said, all these people that we have to sign, we don't have the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, Will, I think,
don't have the money.
I think you make a great point, Will. First of all, if you are a young team on the rise, like you're the Niners of 2020, you feel like you might get back.
Yeah.
You know how hard it was to get back here? You know how, now you are this team that is 4 years older, and you've got some young talent, and you got
Purdy's 23?
Yeah, and you've got 11 draft picks, I think, in this year's draft. Like you can replenish.
Yeah. Especially
it's going to be even harder now to get back, though. If you keep Kyle, you fire Kyle. I don't think they're going to fire Kyle, but
he's going nowhere.
You do whatever. You do whatever. Doesn't matter. It's going to be harder to get back to this moment. This was the best opportunity that this team had. And I'm not saying I don't think they're going to get back. I'm not saying that I think that this era is not going to win a championship. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's going to be 10 times harder to do it now. This was your golden opportunity. This was the moment. You had the 1 seed. The Eagles fell apart, and you had your hand in that. You did not have to play the Cowboys in the postseason. You got to take on a couple of teams who you felt like you should be able to handle, and you barely squeak by. You barely squeak by against lesser teams, and you feel like, thank my lucky stars, I'm in the Super Bowl against a Kansas City team who's not nearly as good as they were when we played them in 2020. We're going to handle this. We got this. We're favorite. We're 2-point favorites in this game. We're going to take care of business. And you dominate them for a half, and you're up by 7 at halftime.
Yep.
You did not take advantage of the opportunities that the Chiefs gave you, the mistakes that the Chiefs made. And in the second half, the Chiefs did. And you lost.
I have some more bad news for you if you want it.
Is it official, Dre Greenlaw, or what?
Officially confirmed by Kyle Shanahan. Dre Greenlaw has torn his Achilles. Status for next season, maybe the entirety of it, uncertain. So on top of losing the Super Bowl,
you're going to be down one of your star linebackers for most likely the whole year.
Which Oren Burks, I thought, although there were a lot of plays he was targeted on and didn't play well, I thought in big moments he did make some nice plays. You drafted 2 guys last year, D. Winters and Jalen Graham. D. Winters had a couple of plays. I thought Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles made a great play diving to get a pass block in the end zone.
Was that the end of regulation?
Yes.
Saved potentially a game-winning touchdown for the Chiefs at the end of regulation.
Yes. There were guys that when Greenlaw went out, Burks and DFF, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles.
You obviously missed Dre, but...
Of course.
Obviously.
You want Dre back on the field no matter what, and you want him healthy again.
Partially for just what he is as a player, but he's also an emotional leader of that defense, man.
And the fact that he tore his Achilles, likely putting more stress on his body because he was so amped up.
Well, if anyone missed how it happened, if you were away getting snacks, eating wings, he was on the sideline getting ready to go back on the field, jumping up and down.
Absurd.
And then he took I think in basketball, an NBA player in the corner takes the negative step. They step backwards and step out of bounds. He stepped backwards and then strode forward with his opposite foot.
Yeah.
And his left foot, the one he stepped backwards with, kind of slipped a little, lost his footing, and you could see his calf reverberate, which is the telltale sign that his Achilles snapped, and then it rolls back up through your calf. And
he got
not even on the field. He's about to stride and go on the field, and he tears his Achilles.
And you know what's even more heartbreaking is the fact that who's consoling him on the sideline? Jason Verrett.
Who's been through that time and time.
6 times. ACLs, Achilles, this moment, I know Niner fans are angry, upset, pumped, and sad all in the same moment, all at the same time. You're trying to make sense of what happened, or you know what happened, and you're angry about it. I am heartbroken for the fan base, the faithful, but I'm heartbroken for the players.
I'm heartbroken for Trent Williams. I'm heartbroken for Dre Greenlaw. I'm heartbroken for George Kittle.
Me and you can yell on these mics.
Heartbroken for Christian McCaffrey.
And me and you have all year long.
Heartbroken for Debo. Heartbroken for Ayuk.
Me and Mark have been every single overtime.
Heartbroken for Fred.
All of the games we've been
Mooney.
here. And to think that we're just back here watching games, dissecting tape, and probably knowing, 10% of what's actually going on? We're not giving our entire lives to sitting in film rooms and putting our bodies through excruciating workouts to fight through pain every single day for one goal. And to get in that moment, to think and have it in your hands and think, we are either 10 minutes away, 1 quarter away from immortality. We talked about in pregame or on Twitter during the actual game, tweeting out, you are 60 minutes away from immortality. You're 15 minutes away. You're 2 minutes away from cementing your name, your legacy. Not in the Hall of Fame, but having Super Bowl champion etched next to your name forever.
No one can take that away from you.
No.
No one.
Whether you're a punter, special teams guy, practice squad player, front office assistant, or you're running out getting coffee, you were going to have Super Bowl champion next to your name. I had no effort into the Warriors winning a handful of years ago against the Celtics. I consider myself an NBA Finals champion because I worked every single game that year. I didn't do anything. But for the players in that game, for the Warriors, Curry, Poole, those players, this game, Eric Armstead, Brock Purdy said players are crying in the locker room. Yeah, they're crying because they're hurting and they're sad. But they know they gave everything for this. They fought through everything. Kyle Juszczyk, all-pro fullback. Handful of great plays this entire postseason. There's no promise you get back here. Ever. How many great teams, and this is the worst part, how many great teams, great players have we seen in a Niner jersey be this close?
Too many to count.
And it rips your heart out saying, I want them to reach their goals. You watch them every single Monday, Thursday, and Sunday, and you want them to reach their goals. They are the reason why we're watching. For all the effort and their play on the field. Everything they give is the reason why we watch. I want Trent Williams to call himself a champion. He'll be a Hall of Famer. I want him to be a champion. I want Kyle Shanahan, for all his faults, to be a champion. I want the players that give everything. Blood, sweat, tears, broken bones, torn Achilles, torn ACLs, broken fingers, to call themselves a champion. And they can't now.
Nope, they can't. Let's go back.
And may never.
Let's go back out to the phone lines on overtime here on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you, trying to sort our way through this really, really rough Niners loss in the Super Bowl. Up next is Gloria. Gloria's in San Francisco. What's up, Gloria?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I've been a Niner fan since the 70s. So I've seen a lot of football. I've seen years when they haven't been competitive. I've seen and partied and celebrated through the Montana years, Steve Young, and then through these more current years through Kaepernick and Harbaugh and up to recent. Let me tell you something. The caller before nailed it. One of the things is the Niners, I wish they could have capitalized with touchdowns as opposed to field goals, of course. That missed kick for the extra point, you know, it was something that I wish we could have didn't miss. I didn't see a lot of opportunity for McCaffrey to run. They had that pretty sewed up. And because the reason why Jennings and the other guy was catching balls because those DBs had their main guys, the Debos. Ayuk did pretty well, but they had the main guys covered. Their secondary is great. Our run game, it was pretty good at times. I wish they could have spread out our line. We were too bunched up when he wanted to run, and they had it sold up. I wish we could have spread out their defense a little bit more. And you just got to give credit to Kansas City's line. Not as dominant as our line. I'm so proud of our line today. Our line played exceptionally well. Our run defense was excellent. I'm so proud of them. But we have to do something about our offensive line because we use Kittle too much to block as opposed to being out there catching balls more, somewhat like Kelsey. We need to shore up our offensive line, but of course, it's not promised to us that we'll get back. And yes, I would have loved for them to have ran it in as opposed to trying to throw in overtime. And instead they settled for that field goal, and then the rest is history. I am every emotion you could be, but most of all, I'm just numb.
Yeah. Gloria, I'm right there with you. I'm numb as well. And
it's a good word.
I would love to say I think the Niners can shore up the offensive line. They have a lot of cash tied up everywhere. We'll see what they do with the offensive line. But
maybe you draft the right tackle in the first round.
You probably should draft one because you're not going to go out and pay big money to one. You don't really have the ability. And they could do some financial gymnastics and maybe make something work. Maybe that means no Ayuk. You want to make that trade-off? I don't know. That's why this hurts so much, because this was the opportunity for the 49ers before the big bill comes due. The big bill is going to come due at some point. And are you going to be able to keep all this talent around? You got Purdy on one more very, very team-friendly year. After that, who the hell knows what's going to happen with Purdy, and you've got so much other money elsewhere. Rough. All right, one more phone call here before we hit a quick break. Up next is Roy in San Leandro. Roy, appreciate you holding on. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I just wanted to say that, to me, in that overtime, they knew that they were going to throw the ball to that guy named Kelsey. The 49ers cover men didn't do they didn't do a good enough job. I'm not necessarily criticizing them, but they knew, with that woman, Taylor, or whatever her name is, they knew that they were going to throw the ball to him, and they didn't do a good job at covering him. But going forward next year, the 49ers need another good running back. Somebody to take the pressure, because that guy named Elijah Mitchell, he's not good enough to take the pressure off of McCaffrey. They need that. They need, like that other caller said, they need some offensive line help, plus they need to develop another wide receiver, somebody that can go out and catch the ball, because other than that, to me, they played just as good as Kansas City, except Kansas City won the game. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, appreciate it, Roy. Appreciate the call, and thanks for tuning in.
You're not getting another running back.
Backup running back is the last thing the 49ers have on their wish list this offseason.
Mitchell was fine. His best play got called back because
Willis
gets called for holding.
Even if you don't have Elijah Mitchell, you've got Jordan Mason. I'm not spending any more time on backup running back.
You don't need a backup running back when you have Christian McCaffrey.
It's the least.
Who cares?
You're right, Roy. Offensive line is a question.
Right.
Address that. If the Niners are spending money in free agency this season, I want it to be on the offensive line.
That and an edge, because you're going to lose three of the guys, Farrell, Young, and Gregory, gone.
Or a cornerback. Those are the three areas where the 49ers need to address the most. And that's a conversation for another day. Certainly not right now when we're trying to sort through our emotions. All right, we got to hit a quick break. Lines are still full. Bob, we'll get to you. Tony, we'll get to you. A few others as well. Stay on hold. We're coming to you on the other side. Niners fall to Kansas City in the Super Bowl. 25-22 is the final heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. And this is becoming all too common of a feeling for 49er fans. I almost don't know what to say anymore. All right, time for a break. We're back with more after this. It's Overtime with Sterling and Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
For years, you've treasured the refreshing tropical lime flavor of Mountain Dew Baja Blast. And in celebration of the
the blitz is on, you're in the Super Bowl, down to Mahomes, the defending champs, and you stare down that pressure and you take it and throw a strike to give your team the lead.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Back when life was good, Juwan Jennings, 10-yard touchdown pass from Brock Purdy gave the Niners a lead, 16-13. The extra point was blocked. That was early in the fourth quarter. That point proved huge because this game went to overtime. I will quickly say for everyone chiming in on the YouTube chat powered by the First NorCal Credit Union, by the way, shout out to all our YouTubers. We love all you guys. 1 point looms large. Of course, the Niners would love to have had it. But if it was a 4-point lead for the 49ers in the fourth quarter, the Chiefs, they don't settle for a field goal, one of their 2 field goals down the stretch. They end up going for it, and maybe they get a touchdown, and maybe they win in regulation. It's not a guaranteed win if Jake Moody makes that extra point. I want to put that out there. Is it a good thing that he missed it? No, of course not. Would not have guaranteed a win or a loss. That's all I will say. It hurt, certainly, but the Niners had opportunities elsewhere, and honestly, there was a chance where the Chiefs, they're down 4, they go for it on fourth down, they could easily win in regulation when they go for a touchdown. They had 6 seconds left. They could have went for it, another touchdown to the end of regulation. They could have won it anyway in regulation. With the touchdown, they decided to kick it with 6 seconds left when they had, I thought, enough time to try to go for it again. But they didn't. Goes to overtime. Niners get a field goal. They get all the way down inside the 10. They can't punch it in. The Chiefs, long drive all the way down the field, and they ultimately win. At the very end of overtime, Mecole Hardman, a 3-yard pass from Patrick Mahomes. Walk-off fashion, Chiefs.
The dagger.
The dagger, and the Chiefs are Super Bowl champions for the 3rd time in the last 5 seasons. 2nd time it's come at the hands of the 49ers.
Calling him MJ?
I mean,
oh my gosh.
Are they wrong?
No, but
I mean, what's going to happen?
That's the worst thing. You have MJ on the rocks twice.
What's going to happen is, and this happened with Tom Brady.
There'll be a stretch where he never wins.
Well, maybe. That's not what I was saying. It happened with MJ as well. There's going to be a group of players, a group of teams, a group of Hall of Famers, a group of legends that are left ringless because they're just going up against the greatest player of all time.
Point. I mean,
the greatest player of all. Breeze won 1.
Yeah.
Breeze got only 2.
Flacco has as many as Drew Brees does. And I like Joe Flacco. It's just
the only reason Peyton has 2 is because Von Miller killed Cam Newton.
And the Bears had Rex Grossman.
Exactly. It's not easy to win, which is why when you get there, you got to take advantage. But there's a reality where you got Hall of Famers all over the place, and they're just denied time and time again by Mahomes. I mean, you think of that in the AFC, like you think about that as Burrow got there once, but you think of it as Burrow, as Allen, maybe as
Lamar.
Tua, as Lamar, as Herbert, if he starts putting things together with Harbaugh. But it's also on the other side.
Yeah.
Like the NBA equivalent is John Stockton and Karl Malone never won a championship because they lost to MJ in the finals time and time and time again.
Man.
Charles Barkley losing in the finals. I
hate sports.
I'm not saying that's what the Niners are going to be, but sometimes that's the reality of it, and it's frustrating. You go up.
Sorry, go ahead.
You go up against the GOAT.
You're going to lose the GOAT sometimes.
The Niners defense allowed 1 touchdown in regulation to the greatest quarterback maybe that ever lived. 1 touchdown in regulation to potentially the greatest quarterback ever, and it came off a muffed freaking punt. A 1-play, 16-yard drive was the only touchdown you allowed in regulation.
Yeah.
The only touchdown you allowed in regulation. A 16-play drive off a muffed punt, and you lose. How do you do that? How? It's a fumble of epic proportions. How do you fumble this bag?
Well, that's the thing is, you can blame Kyle Williams for his. Just get out of the way. This is Luter's blocking someone, and McLeod's yelling, move, whatever he's yelling. Move, get out the way. You can't hear anybody in the moment. That's just a bad bounce. The Chiefs didn't plan that. You hope for it. You don't plan that, though. But going back to your point, The defense had stopped Mahomes again. Again, as my voice cracked because I've definitely lost it after this game.
They had 5 scoring drives in the first half, 4 field goals and 1 touchdown, a 16-yard touchdown drive after a muffed punt.
And the callers have brought it up plenty of times. And again, it's not the only reason why, but because the offensive line was so poor, which, let's be honest here, this is nothing new for this Niners team. 2020, 2019, playing Kansas City again. You have Weston Richburg and Daniel Kilgore and Mike Person playing right guard, who Chris Jones eats him alive that entire game. In this game, it's better. Like, the offensive line is better than that one was in 2019, 2020. I think Brendel is a fine center. He was a second-team All-Pro last year. Trent's one of the greatest left tackles, if not the greatest left tackle of all time. Was it his best game? No. It wasn't his worst game by any means. He wasn't atrocious. Aaron Banks was okay. Feliciano was fine. Like, the offensive line wasn't great. Was it good enough? Yes. That's the killer here, is that the Niners players were good enough. The execution wasn't. The coaching via Kyle Shanahan wasn't. And it's so easy to blame coaching. We have no idea what the play calls are, what the routes are supposed to be, this, that, and the other. But to the caller's point again, George Kittle being the inline tight end, being forced to stay in to block, to give aid, which isn't uncommon on a handful of plays. How much does Kelsey actually block edge rushers?
Like, never. Maybe he'll chip when he goes out on a route,
right.
But that's it.
Kittle is, like he was in 2019, 2020, darn near regulated to the backfield. Or relegated, excuse me, to the backfield. Hey, Kittle, help McKivitz. Hey, Kittle, help Trent. Is Kittle Kelsey running routes? No. He's close to it, though. Close enough to make an impact. George Kittle in this game had 2 catches for 4 yards on 3 targets. One of his plays did get called back as a penalty.
And one of his catches was the huge 4th and 3 conversion.
Right. So there was impact there. But if you told me in the biggest game of the year, and this is similar to 2019, 2020, the biggest game of the year, Deebo Samuel and George Kittle would touch the ball for a total of 8 times. Between them, 8 times. For less than 60 yards, I would have said, there's no way that happens. There's no way Kyle Shanahan lets his 2 all-pro tight end and receiver touch the ball less than 10 times.
Yeah, combined 45 total yards.
Like, come on. And it's not just that. But part of it is that. There's some design plays that don't work. Both those guys get hurt. But the whole talk of the town was, you have Purdy, game manager, quote unquote. He has all these stars. They didn't utilize their stars today. The best player was Jawan Jennings and maybe Christian McCaffrey. I think I lean Jawan, though. He didn't fumble. He had 2 touchdowns. We love 3rd and Jawan. 3rd and Jawan, for as great as he is, should not be your best player on the field in the Super Bowl.
He also had a huge 3rd down conversion of the final drive in regulation.
Like, come on. I get guys are hurt and they're in and out. I understand that. No one's knocking Kyle for that. But McLeod and Jennings should not have as big of or bigger of an impact than Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, which Kittle played 3.5 quarters before he got hurt. He played the majority of the game. Deebo, in and out. I get that. You got to give your guys the ball. They're who got you here. And you didn't use them. It's frustrating. It honestly makes me angry. I'm not going to kick walls and whatever, but like, it makes me want to shake out my hair and say, damn you, Kyle. You're wasting it.
It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. It's going to take forever to get over this one. And I feel bad for Kyle Shanahan, too. We spent a lot of time talking about the blame he deserves for this, and he deserves some blame. He's not going to be fired. I think he's probably right decision. He should be the Niners head coach moving forward, but
he'll be in Cabo in 5 weeks forgetting about it.
I don't know about that. I don't know if that's fair. But Kyle Shanahan now is going to have to live with all he does is blow 10-point leads in big games.
He's Andy Reid again. With the Eagles.
He just blows big 10-point leads in both Super Bowls. He was the head coach and they lost. You can talk about the OC in Atlanta, whatever you want. Blew a 10-point lead 2 years ago in the NFC Championship game in the 4th quarter against the Rams. Like that Fair or not, that's what he's going to be known as. And it's going to follow him around forever. And as we talked about, who knows if this team ever gets back there again. That might be the way Kyle Shanahan is remembered in NFL history. And for that, I feel terrible for him. But he did this one to himself.
Think of Mike Tomlin. Never had a losing season. Never. He's won championship. One Super Bowl, I believe. It was Cowher, then it was Tomlin.
Yep, he has one.
And I guarantee you, Pittsburgh fans, for as great as Mike Tomlin is, I love Mike Tomlin. I think he's one of the greatest coaches in the last 20 years. He's awesome. Like, if you told me who's the person you want to play under, Mike Tomlin's up there. He's in that conversation. So is Kyle Shanahan. But just like Steelers fans who are like, we haven't won a playoff game in 5 years, 6 years. Like, my goodness. They're sick of it, and they love Mike Tomlin. They're not going to fire Tomlin, but they're in a position to make changes. The roster isn't as good. Niners don't have many changes, one, to even make, and they also don't have the ability to actually make the changes they might have to have and need.
Yeah. All right, we got some Shanahan to get to. We will hear what Kyle Shanahan says about the injury report, which includes Dre Greenlaw. If you haven't heard yet, it is officially a torn Achilles. We will hear that from Shanahan. Also, he talked about why he took the ball first in overtime. We'll get that to you in a little bit, but let's go back out to the phone lines. Up first is Bob in San Francisco. Bob, what's up? You're on overtime here on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Bob?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, very disappointing, but I want to shout out Niners. It was a great season. We got all the way here. You know, the glass is 99% full. To some of the other callers' points, they all made valid points, you know, and including you guys as well. But I think statistically, if you look at Kansas City, for the last 5 years, they were in the Super Bowl. With the 49ers, 4 of the last 5 years, we were an NFC championship game. And the 2 times we did go to the Super Bowl, well, these guys beat us, right? Mahomes. So, yeah, I think there's coaching flaws maybe with some play calls, like, you know, 3 consecutive possessions with passing instead of a run here and there, you know. So, and then at the end of the game, why not, you know, if your defense is gassed, right, we didn't stop them on the last, you know, to get to the overtime, why not just spread like a jet sweep, or, you know, whatever schematics we can come up with. They should have just gone 4 plays because you got them down on the goal line. Right? And then let your defense at them. So all the time, Mr. Shanahan kept saying he was going to go for it. And at the most crucial time, he didn't go for it. He kicked the field goal, which makes sense because that's classic coaching, right? But still, it's like, what do you got to lose? All you got is to gain, is to win the game. And then I think we didn't have Brock Purdy for a lot of those other games, you know. So I think, you know, the appearances, like with Garoppolo. Okay, so now we got Brock Purdy. This is his second real year. So the sky's the limit. I don't see any reason why we can't get back to the Super Bowl. Anyway, it's just disappointing.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
It's very disappointing, Bob. While I think there's a lot we can point at in terms of some play calls here and there, we talked a lot about right out of the end. Right out of the beginning of the third quarter, out of halftime, pass, first 2 drives. Terrible. What's going on there? You can point to some things at the end of regulation when you could have killed more time off the clock. You could have ran it on 3rd and 5, maybe thinking that you could be going for it on 4th and 1, make it an easy field goal, whatever. Same thing down at the goal line in overtime. You could have handled that a little bit differently. I will say, to our caller's point, Bob, I was shocked Kyle Shanahan went for it. 4th and 3 from the 15-yard line. Yeah. That's an easy field goal. You expect Jake Moody to make it. You are down by 3 early in the 4th quarter. He went for it.
Yeah.
That's a decision that he normally doesn't make, and I honestly wasn't sure it was the right one.
That was I was Dan thinking, Campbell, let's risk it for the biscuit.
I was thinking maybe take the points, tie this game up. Your defense has been great. They'll get you a stop. You get the ball back, and you go down and win. He went for it. It paid off. He got a touchdown. So I credit Kyle for that. Yeah. He does not make that decision 4 years ago. No. He does not. Not even close. He didn't make that decision 2 weeks ago. He made it this time. It paid off. The Niners got down, and they got into the end zone. Shout out to Juwan Jennings. 10 yards out, broke a tackle. The Niners have the lead again. But that's a moment, and we gotta, you know, we paint with a broad brush a lot of times. It's obviously a little more nuanced. And there's moments where you credit Kyle. There's moments where you say that was a good call, Kyle. Kudos. The vast majority of this, though, is You can't make this make sense to me.
It's when the same thing continues to happen, and different games, different situations, different opponents call for different play calls, different schemes, different plays. Like, every game is so nuanced. This game, no different, right? But I feel like I've been screaming the same thing at the TV for 5 years. And no. Do I coach football? No. Have I ever played in the NFL? No, I haven't. And maybe guys like Lorenzo Neal can dissect more stuff for us when he's on, maybe a couple of days, if he ever is on, right? Guys who played in the league for a decade. Tony Romo can tell us, and he was telling us, I don't understand why Kyle's not running the football. He was saying, I'd run here. I don't here. I continue to run the ball here. And Kyle was like, nah. You know what, Tony? You're a Cowboy quarterback. I don't care.
Tony Romo's famous for doing the play before play, but that's not when he's calling Kyle Shanahan games because he doesn't know what the hell Kyle Shanahan's going to do.
It's a great point. Because
I'd run the ball here, Jim.
And Jim's like, me too. And Kyle's like,
here's a deep ball to Brandon.
And it's so funny because they call the trick play for Juwan, right? They get a touchdown, and everyone at the studio, on Twitter, on X is like, Kyle's in his bag. Oh my goodness. Like, if Kyle's calling this stuff, pulling this stuff out, this is going to be a long game for KC. And in that first half, it felt like you're just waiting for the bow to break. It's only a matter of time before San Francisco gets a few touchdowns, they pull away, and again, they had those chances. Kansas City is the most well-coached team in the entire league. They are the most battle-tested. They are the most proven. Just as if in the first half, or just like the first half, you're waiting for the bow to break for the offense, who was seemingly gaining 8 yards of play, 11 yards of play in the first couple of drives prior to the CMC fumble. You're waiting. It's going to come eventually, but in the same breath, you're waiting for Mahomes to Mahomes. And Mahomes didn't become Mahomes until overtime, and he crushed you. 75 yards, 69 by himself.
Over 7 minutes.
And, yeah, you lose a game like this, and you can dissect every single play. This guy missed a block here, and this guy missed a block there, and it led to this and led to that.
And there was a hole, then offside.
Right. And there was. San Francisco, for a large portion of this game, they were the only thing in their way, was themselves. And that's who they've been all year long. They knew, sitting back, taking a bird's eye view, this game is no different as the whole season's been, right? Kyle kind of psyching himself out, how he's been for the last 4 or 5 years. This team particularly getting in their own way. Penalties, right? Trent, a handful in a row. The defense wasn't in their own way, but the offense was in their own way. Injuries, you can't help those, but this game was no different. The difference is you got in your own way in the biggest moments, in the biggest game. And you would like to think in the Super Bowl of all places, you'll find a way to not be your own worst enemy. In San Francisco, again, Kyle Shanahan, again, found a way to be his own worst enemy. And it sucks.
Yeah.
Because there's 53 guys, plus the practice squad, plus the coaches, all sitting back saying, man, we almost had him. And that's been the mantra of the Shanahan era. Well, we almost got him. There's always next year. And yeah, you have Purdy. Maybe he get back next year. Maybe everyone gets hurt. And you hope not. I'm not praying that. I don't want that. I want this team to win. This game, you had to play like there's no tomorrow. Because there isn't a tomorrow.
And for majority of the players, for the majority of the game, they did. And that's all you can ask for from the players.
And
it's all you can ask for from the players.
I hate questioning it, but I do wonder, did Kyle? I think he tried. I just don't think it worked.
It did not work. It did not work, and it hasn't worked for Kyle at this stage over and over and over again. All right. We do have Kyle Shanahan asked about getting away from the run game. I want to make sure to play that for you guys, and we will. But let's run through a couple of callers here before we hit a break. I know you guys have been holding on for a while. Really appreciate it. Let's go to Tony. Tony's up next. Tony's in the city. Tony, I know you want to talk about coaching. What do you got, man?
Hey, I'm really excited for the Niners. I think they did a really good job. Based on how they played in the first two games of the playoffs, I really didn't think we stood a chance at all against playing against Kansas City. I think Kansas City is the better team. The better team won, and I think we did a great job making them have to fight for it. I think if Dre Greenlaw stayed in that game, we would have had a much better chance of winning. And I knew that when it came to playing this game, we were going to have to be mistake-free. You know, you leave Dre Greenlaw stays in the game, or we don't have that mistake, that fumble return, then we win. We took a fantastic Kansas City game, a team down to the wire and to the end of overtime. I think they did a great job. I think we have a great future. I don't think Kyle Shanahan did a bad job. I think the team looked great.
Appreciate the call, Tony. I mean, I think that, as we talked about earlier, I think the team played their absolute heart out. I mean, it got to a point in overtime where I'm like, hey, Christian, I'm sorry, and this might drive you into the ground. Like, maybe you need the whole offseason to recover, but you're our bell cow, man. We're going to give this to you over and over and over. Like, and you could tell he gave everything that he had. And it would be maybe, I don't know if it would be more or less frustrating, but like the effort against Detroit in the first half, like just terrible. Terrible, right?
Yeah.
The effort was amazing today.
It was there.
It was amazing.
All game.
It was amazing.
You can tell even in overtime as Mahomes is marching on them.
I can't imagine how
there.
exhausted they are.
Like, this is not, like, we're not criticizing the drive, the desire. No one's questioning that ever. This team, for all the questions we had of, you know, what you put on film in that first half against Detroit, no one cares now.
Yeah.
What those guys did, every single one of them, even Luter, who the ball hits his foot, McLeod fumbles the ball, McCaffrey fumbles the ball, for people criticizing the O-line. The effort was there. They came out with the purpose and intention and a drive to execute and win this game, and they should have. They were the better team. I'll go that far. The Niners were the better team for 3.5 quarters today.
For the majority of the game. I agree.
And again.
But the Chiefs were better at taking advantage of the opportunities the opponent gave them.
And that's been a big theme this year for the Niners, especially of late in the playoffs and late down the stretch of the games and season. But, like, kudos to KC. You are once again Super Bowl champions. I just wish it wasn't because you victimized us.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't really said it enough. They do deserve a ton of credit.
Yeah,
I mean,
they fought just as hard.
That's a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, good for them.
With that offense, with that core of wide receivers winning a Super Bowl.
The lack of weapons.
My God, what a job by Kansas City.
And Isaiah Pacheco is awesome. Their O-line is awesome. Like, a lot of those guys deserve to call themselves a champion. Now, you wish it wasn't
champion,
because Kelsey and Mahomes and those guys, and you wish, hey, you maybe you beat Tom in 2020 and not us now, right? But it just stinks.
It stinks. All right, we got to hit a break. We're going to get to Shanahan talking about moving away from the run game. There's other Shanahan to get to as well, and we got a lot of callers to get to. Let's see. We got Kels, Robert, Dave, a number of you guys. You're coming up on the other side as overtime continues. Grandy and Sterling with you as we sort through another heartbreaking Niners loss on the biggest stage in football. 25-22, Kansas City wins. More OT next on 95.7 The Game.
In sports, success is about...
something was happening there. You just felt it.
Wasn't sure what it was.
Nostradamus again. Oh my gosh, what a huge play right there.
Now back to overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
That was one of the handful of mistakes the Niners made in this game. The Chiefs took advantage of just about every single one of them. They turned that one into a touchdown, and that was when the game kind of turned in the second half. Niners would fight back. They would take a lead in the final couple minutes of regulation, but the Chiefs would go down. They'd get on the doorstep of the end zone. The defense held strong, and they forced a field goal to force overtime. But they ultimately fall short in overtime, and they lose in the Super Bowl again to the Kansas City Chiefs. Final score, once again, 25-22. Welcome back to Overtime on 95.7. The Game. That call you just heard was Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on CBS. Grandy and Sterling with you. We're sorting through our emotions. We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan in a moment, but as promised, we got to go out to the phone lines. I know Rodney has been hanging on for a while. We appreciate that, Rodney, out in Tennessee. Rodney, what's up? You're on Overtime. How you doing?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, baby. Home of T. Higgins. Look, I'm not. Our big time players made some big time mistakes, right?
Yeah, Rodney, go ahead. What do you got?
Oh, okay. I thought I lost y'all. Look, I'm a Niner to the day I die. I love that we were in the Super Bowl. Period. But the Chiefs, the Taylor Swift, stuff like that, I just wanted to tell everybody to keep their head up.
Yeah, Rodney, I appreciate the...
It's really, really hard.
It's really difficult
right now.
It's really difficult.
Not as easy. And
shout out to Tennessee, though. Juwan Jennings, a volunteer.
It's the home of T. Higgins.
Yeah, first Tennessee Volunteer to throw for a touchdown in the Super Bowl since Peyton Manning.
Wow.
How about that?
That's cool. I wish it counted. I wish it actually mattered.
It counted, but you didn't lead to a win.
Man.
I've got a statistic for you.
Okay.
That might frustrate you.
I was hoping it was one of those. Well, Brock Purdy actually finished as, upwards of Tom Brady and Kurt Warner.
This was the 48th game where Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, and Deebo Samuel all played together. It's the third time they've combined for fewer than 100 scrimmage yards. The other two instances were last year's NFC Championship game when Purdy got hurt and then Josh Johnson got hurt. You didn't have a quarterback, so that's an excusable one.
That one makes sense.
And then this year's game against the Browns where Deebo Samuel got hurt and you were playing in the rain. Those are the today's game, last year's NFC Championship game this year against the Browns. The only time when Ayuk, Kittle, and Deebo have all played in a game together. 48 times. 3 of those 48 they've gone under 100 scrimmage yards, and you can find reasons why in the other 2. You didn't do it in the Super Bowl, and Kittle was in and out, Deebo was in and out, I get it.
Yeah.
But you get under 100 from those 3 combined.
You're going to lose.
You're going to lose.
And they did.
and they darn near won even despite that.
So, that's the thing, is I know some callers have said, our big-time players made some big-time mistakes. That's not just it. Your big-time players didn't make any plays at all. Deebo was a non-impactful player this entire game. And again, the injuries are there. Okay, whatever. We can forgive that to a certain extent. He wasn't hurt to begin the game, though, was he?
He had 11 targets, 3 of them turned into catches.
And there were a handful of plays that were kind of close to being out of reach, but some of them hit his hands. He just didn't catch them. Purdy did miss him a handful of times, so it's not just on them again. Kittle, it was almost as if George Kittle wasn't even playing this game in the passing game. It was almost as if it was a backup tight end, Charlie Warner, the entire game. Now, you can probably go through tape and say, wow, Kittle had an amazing block on this play and that play, and those plays matter. The issue is you have literally 3 all-pro players that did nothing. Whereas Travis Kelce in this game, and again, the first half, 1 catch, 1 yard. In the second half, which...
And overtime.
At some point, you expect him to get going. So the final 3 quarters, essentially, 8 catches, 92 yards.
And a bunch of big ones on that final drive to force overtime in regulation, and then the touchdown drive in overtime.
Isn't it weird how head coaches can design plays for the opposition's best player, even though the defense knows they're going to target him? Isn't that weird how they can still get the ball in his hands?
Yeah,
and Mahomes plays a factor, but it's almost like, hey, Kyle,
sometimes
maybe you should do that as well.
Kelce was wide open at times.
Jesus. If Kelce's great, Mahomes is great, Reed's phenomenal, they're amazing. Credit to them.
You got to get the ball to your dudes. You got to get the ball to your dudes. Absolutely. Under 100 combined yards from scrimmage for Deebo, Ayuk, and Kittle. Deebo not an all-pro this year, but has been an all-pro in the past. Those are all 3 all-pro caliber players. They combined for fewer than 100 yards from scrimmage in this game. And you played 5 full quarters.
We'll take it further.
You played 5 full quarters in this game. 5. You played an extra 15%, an extra 25% of football. An extra 25 and under 100.
That's the noise that I want to make because
How does this make sense? It should not have happened.
Mecole Hardman and Justin Watson had more receiving yards than George Kittle and Deebo Samuel combined. Rashee Rice.
Justin Watson had more receiving yards than every Niner not named Christian McCaffrey. They're freaking running back.
And the Chiefs are a great pass defense. No one is discounting them. But the Niners' pass defense was good. Mostly all year. Their run defense was stellar, meaning it makes everyone better. The Niners defense looked like the better defense on the field today. They just did, and they were for 3.5 quarters. And somehow in the 5th quarter, you can say, or the 4th quarter with 10 minutes left in the last overtime segment, they found a way. And you want to know why? Because they fed Travis Kelce.
Yeah, they said
San
enough
Francisco
is enough.
was feeding Juwan Jennings.
They said enough is enough. We're getting the ball to our stud, and we are. If it's not going to work, we're going to lose going down with the ship. You know what?
Yeah.
But hey, it's
Campbell
worked in the
style.
past. It's worked every single time we've tried it. We're going to try it again. If we got to force it in there, we're going to force it in there.
So this is actually, it's a really good point because Dan Campbell 2 weeks ago went down with the ship, right?
Admirably.
We're going forward on fourth down. That's who we've been all year. This is who we are. We're going forward on fourth down. They lost the game. Did it cost them? Maybe. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? But they went down as the ship saying, "Oh, captain, my captain."
Doing what they do.
The Chiefs tonight won. They didn't go down. They won.
Doing what they do.
Doing what they do. Kyle Shanahan lost, not doing what he does. I don't know if that last play that they didn't get to Juwan Jennings, the fade in the end zone, I have no idea if that was the design for it. I'm sure it was. Purdy, I'm sure, went to his first read there. Why is it his first design play for Juwan? And it's not to knock Juwan. Maybe he got a good look. I don't know. I haven't watched the play more than once. I get there was a blitz. Someone's got to pick it up. Someone's got to guard Chris Jones. If you want to have Kittle be the inline tight end the entire game, why not there? Why not put Juszczyk in the backfield? Give Purdy a chance to actually make the pass. It just doesn't make sense. Like, if everything is working for you for 18 weeks and 2 playoff games, and you're like, wow, we're going to use that. They literally named Christian McCaffrey Offensive Player of the Year, 2 days ago? And Kyle was like, I'm not going to use that guy. You know what? I'm going to give it to McLeod and Mitchell and Juwan Jennings, who are fine players. We like them. I'm happy they're on their team. But Christian McCaffrey walks on stage to accept the literal best offensive player that's not a quarterback in the entire NFL award and is like, wow, this is awesome. What an achievement. 23 touchdowns. And Kyle's like, you know what? Second half, CMC's kind of not my thing.
And don't let the 30 total touches fool you.
No.
The only reason he got all of those touches at the end was because you didn't use him earlier. If you used him earlier, you win this game. You don't need those touches from him later.
Purdy threw it 38 times.
You could have given him the same number of touches, 30 touches, but if you just pick your spot differently and you use them at different times, this game does not go to overtime. You win in regulation. You do not need to run McCaffrey into the ground if you just space him out a little bit differently through regulation. It's a mess. It's a mess, and it's going to take forever to sort through this one. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you. Up next is Kells out in North Carolina. Kells, what's up? You're on Overtime. How you doing, Kells?
What's good, guys? Good point about the field goal. I was thinking that same thing about the missed field goal and them going to get a touchdown if that didn't happen. But anyways, this is my point here. We have a black cat on the sideline, I feel. Unfortunately, that black cat is Kyle. People keep saying that all these different things that we need to change and do differently. There's nothing we need to change. We just need to get better play calling in the most important situations. What I don't get, Mike Singletary had a saying, we are not a charity. We cannot give them the game. Can't do it. I want winners. Kyle Shanahan is not a winner, unfortunately. He's like half Neanderthal, half amazing, and we don't know which one we're going to get at which point. I honestly think he goes to bed at night like before big games and dreams about these amazing pass plays that he's going to run during the game, and in the least opportune moments, like I guess when we get a lead, he feels comfortable, pulling those out. But we don't have the personnel to run these plays all the time, and then we get behind, and he does stuff like run 6 passes in a row. My main reason for calling was I knew the game was over when Kyle didn't read the room in overtime. McCaffrey was out there spent. He was dog tired. And I think we got to like the 4-yard line, whatever it was. Debo was fresh. I think Debo was kind of checking out a little bit. He was like, okay, when am I going to get the ball? That was the perfect time to hit him with an end around or a sweep or something like that with Debo. I think he even went in motion that way. I was like, okay, we're going to give it to Debo. He's going to use his momentum to get in the end zone or at least get close, and maybe we can go for it on fourth. Gave it right back to McCaffrey when he barely could even walk to the play before, and he got stuffed, and we ended up having to kick it. Like stuff like that just infuriates me. I mean, that's why Mahomes is considered the GOAT because he had the fortunate opportunity of having to go up against Kyle Shanahan twice in 2 of those games, and Kyle wet the bed both times. I mean, I love Kyle. I don't think we can get rid of him. And it's just that dichotomy of, like, which Kyle are we going to get? I don't know what it is. At this point, it's disrespectful to the fan base and to the people on the guys on the team because he knows what's at stake. He knows what the legacy and the standard of this franchise is, and he hasn't learned yet. When is he going to learn? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with you, Kel. I feel you. I feel it. Thanks for the call. It's a really difficult conversation because on one hand, you have the guy, along with John Lynch, who literally turned your franchise around.
Yeah.
You were like one of the jokes of the league.
They won 2 games.
When Kyle Shanahan came in. And Kyle, as was reported in the lead up to the Super Bowl, literally told Jed York, when interviewing for the head coaching job, this is one of the worst rosters, talent-wise, I've ever seen in the NFL.
Yeah.
And then you fast forward a few years, and he gets you to the playoffs, and you go to the Super Bowl, and you lose. All right. Tough one. You blew a 10-point lead in the fourth.
Maybe you're a year ahead of schedule.
Maybe. We'll get back there. Then injuries happen. And then you fall apart in the NFC Championship game against the Rams. And then you get injured. You draft Trey Lance, and that goes to hell. And you get back here again. You're all right, this is the time. This is the time. It doesn't happen. Like, this is legitimately the conversation about Andy Reid with the Eagles.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
And I am not up here saying I think the Niners should fire Kyle Shanahan. And I know a lot of Niner fans will disagree and say, no, we're not going to win the big one with this guy. If you feel that way, why keep him around?
Yeah.
The second Kyle Shanahan hits the open market, he goes like 28 other places.
And do you risk being Philadelphia? Losing Reid,
who's
letting
now
him
won
have
3
Mahomes.
championships.
And Philadelphia has won since Reid has left, and they were in one last year too, right? But I think if you asked them, they'd want Andy Reid back.
Like, how many coaching positions, how many teams out there would not fire the guy they currently have if they thought they had a legitimate chance to hire Kyle Shanahan?
Take it further. Patriots would have fired Belichick last year if they could have had Kyle.
Yep.
Like, easily.
There's a chance that Andy Reid retires and the Chiefs would hire Kyle Shanahan.
Could you imagine that? I mean, they probably lose in the Super Bowl, but but still.
Go to the AFC,
Maybe they'll
Kyle.
lose to us. That would be great.
Go to the AFC, Kyle. Get you the Super Bowl. We'll meet you there.
Yeah. And then we'll actually win this time. But
like, did the Eagles, when firing Andy Reid, did they think you're a bad football coach? No, of course not. Now he had a couple of down years. They were 8-8, and then they were 4-12, and then they fired him. If Shanahan has a 4-12 year, I mean,
put it this way:
the conversation is the same. Do we think this guy's bad? Is he going to get hired elsewhere? No, he's not bad. Yes, he's going to get hired elsewhere. It's the same conversation. Do the Niners have more patience than the Eagles had? I don't know. The Niners are a pretty damn proud franchise.
Jed York is not going back to hoping he can find a head coach.
No, I'm right. I mean, you're right. I'm with you.
You are right, too.
I am with you.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid was with Philadelphia from 99 to 2012.
Yeah.
Went to 1 Super Bowl, lost in the NFC Championship game a ton of times, lost in the division round, wild card round.
Just ask this. Is it worth losing 2 Super Bowls with Kyle, losing a handful of gut-wrenching NFC Championship games to the Rams in Philadelphia, and watching rivals or other teams that you played before like Kansas City win time and time again, and fire him, risk losing him, having him go elsewhere and win? Or would you suffer every loss for, 99 to 2012, what is that, 13 years? Would you suffer 12 years of gut-wrenching losses if it meant getting 1 Super Bowl? It's already been 30. Right now, San Francisco cannot win a Super Bowl until a 30-year time span occurs. 95, 2025.
Yep. At the earliest.
It'll
be 30 years.
It's going to be 30
Super
years.
Bowls.
I'll be 28 years old. I don't want to fire Kyle. Firing Kyle, I think, would be dumb. But I do think there is a real conversation being had amongst the fan base and others saying, Kyle, you're really good. We don't want to lose you. In fact, we actually like you, Kyle, a lot. But
gave him an extension the last offseason. Announced it at the very beginning of the regular season.
I can guarantee you, and I'm not saying I feel this way, I can guarantee you there are some people saying that shouldn't have happened. they shouldn't have extended Kyle Shanahan. Which, I mean, we got to the Super Bowl.
This team was
30
so
teams can't
good.
say that.
This team was so good. This was the opportunity. It makes it.
The Lions are going to be better. Philadelphia might be back. You might be back as well. No one's saying San Francisco won't get back next year. This team is getting older. Injuries pile up. You may have already lost your linebacker next to Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, for all of next season. Who knows? You may already have a potential catastrophic hole over the middle of your defense, and next year hasn't even started yet. You're already one step behind.
If you miss it, Dre Greenlaw tore his Achilles, and I don't want to talk down to Dre Greenlaw and his ability to heal, but that generally is at least a year.
He may never be the same ever. Like, I'm wearing his jersey. I love Dre Greenlaw.
He was so good in the first quarter too. My God,
the Debo of
he was
the defense.
Everywhere,
and
he was hyped up after every time he'd make a hit. Oh my God, he'd jump up, he'd bounce around, he'd be screaming at Fred, screaming at Gibson, screaming at Bosa.
Well, take Deshaun. Oh. This may be Gibson's last game ever. He came back to play across from Talanoa because Hufanga revitalized his love of football. Said, hey, give me one more year of your career. He said, okay, I will. And I get they have Jair Brown there. He got a pick today. I'm not worried about losing Gibson because the replacement's already there. But you feel for him. This was his year.
It's just the heartbreak.
He was great in this game.
It's just the heartbreak. It's the damn heartbreak. All right, back to the phones we go as overtime continues on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you. Up next is Dave. Dave's in San Francisco. Dave, I know you want to talk about Kyle Shanahan. What's on your mind?
No disrespect against Kyle. Kudos to the Chiefs. Kansas City. They did a good job. Niners are great. They made it to overtime in the Super Bowl. But when the rubber meets the road, you got to execute. Now, if you equate the NFL to a war, region against region, team against team in the final battle of the Super Bowl, if you can't pull the trigger after two times, if the Niners want to hold that Lombardi trophy in their hands, then you know what John Lynch needs to do. But if you want to just continue getting to the playoffs and not winning the Super Bowl, fine, keep it the status quo. My thought is, like a lot of Niner fans right now, it's like we should have won that game. So at the end of the day, it's a brutal game, but the coaching staff is to blame. And not all of the coaching staff, but that's all I got to say. I'm just kind of like really frustrated tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I think you speak for all Niner fans. The frustration levels, it's at an all-time high. It's at an all-time high.
They keep replaying the final score. Touchdown to Mecole Hardman on TV. And seeing that play live, we all put our head downs and just said, we have a job to do. Let's get in the studio. Watching it over and over and over and over, it's haunting. Just like the Crabtree fade was. The Tart drop pick. Like, it feels like...
The Tyreek Hill 3rd and 15.
Yeah.
The Jimmy Garoppolo overthrow to Emmanuel Sanders. The Richard Sherman deflect interception.
It feels like this franchise, or at least in my lifetime, and yours as well, Grandy, 27 years, and more so the past, decade and a half, has been haunted by just the one play of, I never want to watch that game again. Every time that highlights played on TV or on Twitter or on X or on Instagram, it makes you cower and go, oh my god.
Like tomorrow we're going to see commercials for buy the official Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl 58 DVD, commemorative DVD, where Mecole Hardman scored the game. You have to see that highlight for years and years and years. And when Patrick Mahomes is eventually inducted into the Hall of Fame, you're gonna see at least two highlights of him stealing a Lombardi away from the Niners.
And
it's gonna live forever in Niner fans' minds. As you're right, it's just another one of those moments. Add to the pile of pain. Like the first half of our lives as Niner fans was frankly embarrassing. They were terrible. They were bad. They were ugly. They were disgusting. They were some of the worst football in America. But for the most part, the last 12 years, 13 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lull in between, but they've been pretty darn good.
Good old Jimmy Tomsula.
They've been to, since Harbaugh came, they've been to 6 NFC championship games and 3 Super Bowls.
With
like,
2 different regimes.
Few other teams in the NFL that can say that. Over that span, 6 conference title games and 3 Super Bowls. 3-3 in conference title games and 0-3 in the Super Bowl.
I hate saying this.
There's no other franchise over that time period that has dealt with disappointment at this level more than the 49ers. And frankly, I am sick of it. I am over it. I don't want this to ever happen again. I never thought I would ever say that anything was worse than 4 years ago. Anything was worse than Baltimore in New Orleans in 2012. Anything was worse than losing in Seattle in the NFC Championship game. But somehow they found a way to make a new one even worse than all of that.
It feels like they just escalate. Everyone is worse than the next.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know what 2028 has in store.
And it's like, where is the tipping point? When do things start going in our favor? And, tonight, for, again, a large portion of it, felt like it was going in our favor. And maybe it is Brock Purdy. Maybe he comes back next year and is even better. Maybe he wins an MVP. Like, there's reasons to be excited for next season. You have CMC back. You have Purdy back. You have Debo still. You have Kittle. Trent's still there. Like, this roster is mainly intact. There are some big pieces that may or may not come back, but it's all there for the most part. You even have Steve Wilkes back, most likely. You even have Kyle Shanahan back. Like, you have the majority of your pieces back. Every reason to have faith, hence the faithful, that they'll make a run next year. And they easily could. Well, I'll rephrase that. They could. They can. It's an option for their season. But there's no promise in any of that. They could never go back for 30 years. And I would say, yep, that's how hard it is to win in the National Football League. And it's the truth. They haven't won in 30 years, or 29 now. They may not win in 29 more. They could. They might not.
They might not.
You have to capitalize on these moments.
And the Niners have not done that. They have been terrible at doing that. They have not capitalized on these moments since 1995. All right, time for a quick break. First, though, a shout-out to Oscar the Mighty, a super chat on YouTube, $9.99. Oscar says, why did Kyle kick the field goal in overtime? Why give the Chiefs a chance to breathe? This game was soul-crushing because we were so damn close. What do we have to do to get over the damn hump? Still, go Niners. Oscar, appreciate the optimism there at the end. I thought Kyle might think about going for it, going for the touchdown. You're down there inside the 10-yard line in overtime. A touchdown guarantees you that at the worst, I guess not necessarily the Chiefs could go for 2, but it certainly increases your chance of winning if you go in for 6. Kyle went for it on 4th earlier, turned into a touchdown. Maybe he'd go for it again, but he did not settle for the 3 points. All right, time for a break here on Overtime. When we come back, more of your calls. We got to hear from Shanahan, a ton more to get into. We're just getting started. OT continues next on 95.7 The Game.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a new Samsung.
Live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
He's made 2 from outside 50 today. This is half that distance. From 27 yards, he makes it.
Now back to overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that gave the 49ers a lead momentarily. The Chiefs would go down in overtime, and they'd score the touchdown, and they would walk off victorious in Super Bowl 58 over the 49ers in Las Vegas. 25-22 was the final. That was the call from Jim Nantz on CBS, of course. Niners lose in the Super Bowl once again for the second time in the Shanahan era, and that's 3 straight trips to the Super Bowl for the 49ers as a franchise, all resulting in L's. They won their first 5 Super Bowls as a franchise. They've lost their last 3. Now 5-3 in the big game are the San Francisco 49ers. Welcome back, Grandy and Sterling with you. We've got a special guest to get to in just a moment, but Sterling, I feel like you want to say something here.
I feel like a Vikings fan. I feel like a Buffalo Bills fan.
Yep.
Like, you lose 4 Super Bowls, and I get the Bills, lost 4 in a row, right? Like, it just... I'm so tired of watching my favorite team ever lose continually.
You want to know what I remember?
Big moments.
I remember in the 2012 postseason when they lost to the Ravens in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, the year before when they lost to the Giants in the NFC Championship
Kyle Williams game.
I remember that was the first year the Niners made the playoffs that I can remember it happening.
That
Not
was
the first time in my
Saints
lifetime.
Win in the previous round.
Yes. The epic...
The catch 3, I believe.
Yeah, catch 3. That game. I remember that was when Facebook was like just beginning and it was big, right?
Yeah.
I remember changing the cover photo on my Facebook page. I think if you scroll back far enough, you'll still see it. The Quest for 6.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The Quest for 6.
They had to stop that because it wasn't
Guess
working.
what? 13 years later, we're still on the quest for damn 6. 13 years later. Now it's been nearly 30 years.
Now it's the search for 6.
Whatever, man.
There are 13-year-olds that
There are 13-year-olds
Oh,
who
my
have seen their
goodness.
team go to 3 Super Bowls and lost all of
Yeah,
them.
and me and you were 27, and we've watched the Tim Rattays and the poor quarterbacking. We also got to watch Garcia, Mariucci, and Garrison Hurst and Frank Gore. Like, we got to see a lot of great players that were like, wow, I'm happy they're on our team. Remember that guy? Remember this guy? Arnaz Battle and Daryl Jackson and
Brandon Lloyd.
And you're like, wow, like look at these guys. And you're like, yeah, they won 4 games that year. Oh. Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah.
The Derek Smiths and the Jeff Ulbrichts and the Bryant Youngs, who was a great player, Hall of Famer, but it just I feel
Nate
like
Clements.
I feel like a Bills fan. I feel like it's not like difficult to go, who are you? I'm a Niner fan. Like I identify with this team more than the Warriors, more than the Giants, and I played baseball for 18 years. I am a gold-blooded, brick by brick, red and gold till I die Niner fan. I am so sick. Like, I know Goose on the line here. I feel like a Cowboys fan. Now, Niners better than Cowboys, but I feel like a Cowboys fan. It's been too long. It's starting to get to that point of like, oh yeah, Niner fans, always talking about 1995, back in the good old days. Like, I hate that. We clown Cowboy fans, and I always do to the day I die. But it's starting to get to the point where it's like, okay, like, how many times are you gonna lose? Like, I feel like my pride's getting hit every single year. Yeah, I'm a Niner fan, faithful all the way to the end, and I will be forever and ever and ever. Whether it's an OT loss in the Super Bowl or a first-round loss whenever. I'll always be there. But it's like, God, man, like, come on.
Yeah, it feels like you're approaching cursed territory is what it feels like for the 49ers. And that is the worst word in sports fandom. All right, I mentioned a special guest. Then we'll get back out to the phone lines after this. I got a text from Guru, Daryl the Guru Johnson. He said he said he's got to hop on. He's got takes to get off. So Guru is joining us here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. How you doing, man?
I'm not doing well. And Sterling and Grandy, you guys, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. All season long, after every Niner game, I'm tuned in. So just know I know what you guys do, and you do a great job.
Thank you.
But
man.
my father, 82 years old, had a ticket for the Niners to win the NFC. Just went to Vegas, cashed at $750. Today was going to be $1,450, and I'm calling on the behalf of him. I know you guys are hurting, and I'm hurting for the Bay fans, but I need some clarity. So let me just ask you two, am I off base by wondering why in the heck did Kyle Shanahan, this just me now, and you tell me if I'm wrong, why did you let all that time tick off the clock at the end of the game? That's just me, if you kind of felt like Kansas City was going to score 1. And then 2, I have no beefs with Brock Purdy. He showed everything that the stage wasn't too big, but I do wonder where was George Kittle? And I am shocked that they were up 10 again in another big game, big stage to where they lost. And I'm asking you two, where do you point the finger? Because all I can do, and I don't feel good doing this, but I'm like, Kyle, how do you get an interception after halftime without Greenlaw and all that emotion that went with it, and McCaffrey on that series, which results in no points, does not touch the ball? You can tell me bye, and I'll talk to you, and I love you both, but how do you justify not giving your best player a touch after that interception? That just bothers me.
Yeah, Goo, I'm with you, and we haven't heard this yet, so I'm going to play this for us all to hear for the first time. That was asked of Kyle Shanahan. Here is the Niners head coach post-game about why the Niners got away from the run game.
I didn't get away from the run game. You go 3 and out, and you don't get drives, so we didn't get away from it. We just didn't stay on the field.
I don't know how you feel about that, Goo. I don't know how you feel about that, Sterling.
What?
First 9 plays of the 49ers in the second half. 8 passes.
He doesn't learn, man.
8 passes in the first 9 plays on offense, Goo.
Oh, my goodness.
Man, That is, again, here I go. And we've all been around for the 19th Super Bowl. I just hate the feeling I have, and I'm about to lay it down, is I've watched the Niners, not being real here, I've watched the Niners twice on 2 occasions outplay the Chiefs in the Super Bowl and not get rewarded for it. You could tell me, and I know Mahomes is great, tonight was awful. He did not deserve. Steve Wilkes, I'll never say another bad word about you, even though your unit let him come down and score, guys. To me, this game was lost on the offense. And Sterling, when you let me go, I don't know what was up. Was Kittle the extra offensive lineman? Why was George Kittle not featured?
I would like to think, Kyle, like he did in 2019, after the audio clip we just played, he didn't learn a single thing. So I'm going to assume, like in 2019, 2020, Kittle was in the backfield helping McKivitz. And that's fine for a handful of plays. But, Goo, you and I and Grandy, we all watched the Chiefs force-feed Kelsey 8 passes for 92 yards in the second half and the overtime. And Kittle sitting there like, I'm going to block, the Karlaftis. No, make a play. You're an all-pro tight end. Why are you playing the second right tackle position? You have Warner. Warner's been a great blocker all year. If you got to run 2 tight end sets, put Juszczyk in the backfield. Let them be a blocker. Man, to hear Kyle say, we didn't get away from the run, what do you call that? You have 9 plays, 8 passes. Like, that is literally the definition of getting away from the run. Like, how can you hear that and trust this guy?
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. And we're going to, hey, you guys are doing phenomenal. I'm listening to White saying I'm being too loud. But Sterling, you're right. And to my point, if I'm a diehard Niner, it makes it worse when I hear my head coach, the maestro, the conductor of it all, not be ignorant to the fact, but almost be dismissive, like if he did nothing wrong. And, guys, I'm going to hang up on this because I want to hear you on the other end. I have no problems with Jake Moody, but the field goal was blocked, and you guys could disagree with me. Oh, my gosh, are you saying he was the reason that the kid got blocked? I'm like, man, I don't know. I just feel like Niner fans are putting it at the doorstep of the wrong people, man. I love you both. I'll take my answer off air, but, man, this one hurts.
Yeah, it does, Goo.
Thanks,
hey,
Goo.
Yeah, love you, Goo. You can hear Goo coming up in, 12 hours from now, 10 a.m., 10 to 2, Steiny and Goo after the morning row, 6 to 10. I'm sure it'll be fun is not the right word, an entertaining day after.
We got Bunta and Shasky in Vegas.
Yeah, they're in Vegas tomorrow and on Tuesday.
Morning roast will be quite the
it's going to be an experience
tomorrow.
If you're up at 6 a.m., I suggest tuning in. If not, rewind on the Odyssey app or on YouTube and catch up with those guys because it's going to be an experience. But
I just please react.
Let's play Kyle Shanahan one more time. Asked about getting away from the run game. I did not hear the question, but I imagine the question was directed about the first 3 drives of the second half. All 3 and outs when the 49ers on those 9 plays ran the ball once. Here's Kyle Shanahan asked why.
I didn't get away from the run game. You go 3 and out, and you don't get drives, so we didn't get away from it. We just didn't stay on the field.
So, Kyle, why'd you get 3 and outs? Why'd you get 3 and outs, Kyle? Why did you get 3? Because you didn't run the ball. You threw it, incomplete, 2nd and 10, then a penalty, 2nd and 15, then guess what? You're forced to throw. I'm not arguing with throwing on 2nd and 15. I'm not arguing with throwing on 3rd and 7. I am arguing with over and over and over again throwing on 1st and 10.
And then
when you have the best running back in the world, and then you have the audacity to say, we didn't get away from the run. No, it was just 3 and out. So we didn't have drives. We didn't extend drives. So we don't have many plays to call. So we called the
It doesn't even have to be McCaffrey. You have Debo pre-injury. You have Mitchell. No one's saying not pass. Passing is fine. We like when Purdy passes. He's pretty good at it. In fact, he was really good in the first half. I have no problem, even on the first drive, getting out of halftime. Okay? You want to pass the ball a couple times in a row? Okay. It's 1 drive. It's not going to hurt you too much. Not going to kill the entire, it's not going to ruin your chances here. But you get the pick off Mahomes, who on that exact same drive, bad snap, almost fumble on the first play.
One of 5 times the Chiefs put the ball on the ground.
He throws a pick. You have the ball on Kansas City's 44-yard line. If you run the ball 3 times, even if you don't get the first down, you got 9 yards. You at least give Moody a chance. It's a long field goal. I get that. But instead, what do? 3 plays, -1 yard, not even 1 minute off the clock. The next drive they have, okay? 3 more plays.
Pass.
-1 yard. 1:43. So less than 3 minutes, you've run 6 plays, and you've got -2 yards. The next drive, 3 more plays, 0 yards. And 1 minute and 2 off the clock. In the span of nearly 3.5 minutes, you've run 9 plays, 1 running play, and you've gotten yourself -1 yard. You know who doesn't get pushed back usually? Christian McCaffrey. And guess what? If he gets stuffed, I'm going to assume he had nearly 5 yards of pop all year long. Use him again. If you don't continue to run, you give KC a chance to key in on the pass. It's the exact same thing that happened 4 years ago when you stopped using Mostert. It's the same thing that happened in 2016 when you stopped using Tevin Coleman and Freeman. If you're going to tell the fan base, going to lie to the media's face, you got to be a hell of a lot more convincing than that. Kyle Shanahan, you outright lied today. You got away from the run. Did it cost you the whole game? No. But you did get away from the run. Yeah. You did not give Christian McCaffrey the ball. You did not give Debo the ball. You did not give Kittle the ball. You lied. And it's the second time you've yet to face the music. You've done this 3 other times. Kyle, you are the problem. I'm not saying fire you, man. I like you. I love you. I've been to OTAs, been to training camp, been in the media room with you. I respect the heck out of you. You've accomplished so much. I love you. I'm happy you're my head coach. But for the love of God, can you stop lying into people's faces? You stopped running the ball. And you didn't give it to your offensive player of the year in the biggest game of the year when the other team is giving you a chance to score points on 3 consecutive drives. That's how you lose games, and you lost tonight.
Yeah, don't let anyone tell you, well, McCaffrey got 30 touches today. Don't let anyone tell you that, well, Kyle gave him 30. That's plenty. You want to run him into the ground? Okay. First of all, 8 of those touches were through the air, and they were effective. 80 yards. 8 catches, 80 yards. 22 carries. You know how many of those carries came in overtime? 6. 6 carries for Christian McCaffrey in overtime. So that means through 4 quarters, 60 minutes of football, Christian McCaffrey toted the rock 16 times. That's 4 times a quarter. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Why did you acquire him?
Unacceptable. 25 carries per 4 quarters. That should be the target. That, like around 6 carries per quarter, Kyle. The Super Bowl, you don't got next week. You don't have 2 weeks. You got nothing else.
Oh, my goodness, man. He doesn't get it.
It's the Dan Campbell. It's the Andy Reid. Go down with what got you here. Kyle Shanahan refused to do it. Don't let anyone tell you, well, 30 touches for McCaffrey, 22. No, that's a lie. That's a statistical lie. You had an extra 15 minutes in overtime. 6 carries, more catches in overtime for McCaffrey. Like 8 of his 30 came in overtime. That's not enough. More in regulation, and you don't even get to overtime.
Why did you acquire him? If you're not going to use him in the biggest game, why'd you get him?
We talked so often throughout this whole regular season, right? You always get someone. The Niners beat the Giants early in the year. They beat the Giants by like 40. Someone calls in and say, well, I really would wish they would get George Kittle the ball more, right? It's like, okay, I feel you. They dominated. They won. And also, like, let's save our guys for when it really matters. You don't want to overuse Kittle. You don't want to overuse Debo. You don't want to overuse McCaffrey. You want to win games. You want to win the division. You want to get the 1 seed. Yes, but we're not going to do it at the expense of hindering our ability to win in the postseason. Kyle, in case you hadn't figured it out, this is when you run your guys into the ground. This is when you do it. This is when they want you to do it. Give him every touch he can handle. Every single time you give this guy the ball. And if he needs to get spelled, okay, Elijah Mitchell, come on in. Debo, give McCaffrey a break. This is when you use him over and over and over again. He's the best running back in the world. There has never been a weapon like Christian McCaffrey in NFL history. Never.
He didn't play in Week 18. He had 2 bye weeks. I get it. The last 2 games have been tough, and they've been ground and pound, had to fight for every inch. They've also had another bye week just recently. If there's any moment to run all of your stars, and I get it's a 27-week season, right? From the preseason all the way here. It's a grind. That's why many teams have so many. We saw a record amount of quarterbacks, starters, get hurt for the entire season. It's not easy. This is one of the hardest championships to win in all of professional sports. One of the hardest one, if not the hardest one. There is no 7-game series. There's no 5-game series. It's one game. Winner takes all, and you got to overtime. Good for you. You know what you get? Congratulations. You lost. See you next season.
Just like all the other teams not named the Chiefs.
And again, no one is saying that on those 3 drives, if you use CMC, you're going to win the game. No one's saying that, but I would like to think if you put your hand or put the ball in the hands of your best offensive player, in fact, the offensive player of the year, hence the best player on offense in the entire league, not a quarterback, the odds of you winning this game increase at least a little bit, and you only lost by 3 points in overtime, where if you had an extra point in regulation, you would have won the damn game. Whether it's getting a touchdown or a field goal off the Mahomes pick, your defense came up for you, bailed you out time and time again and again, especially when you go into halftime. Wow, what a 7-point lead. We're feeling pretty good. The Chiefs have a chance to tie the game up, and Mahomes, of all people, he blinks. He makes a mistake. Purdy's out there saying, I didn't do that. I had 256 yards passing. I didn't turn the ball over. I had 1 touchdown. Mahomes, he gives you a pick. They fumbled the ball 6 times. A bounce is a bounce. It goes your way sometimes. Mahomes made the mistake. The god of football, the MJ, as they call him on the CBS broadcast, the MJ gave you an out. And you said, I'm going to brick some free throws. Like, what are you, Shaq at the free throw line? My guy, make a shot. They're free. Run the ball 3 times. At least give Moody a chance. He was good tonight. Yeah, he had the block kick. Was it his fault? Maybe. But if you're going to utilize him and trust him in these moments, give him a chance then. Like, come on. I hate to sit here and complain and whine, if you want to call it, but this is what separates you from Reed, from Belichick, from Mahomes.
It's not like you can say, well, hindsight's 20/20. We all knew this was a mistake in the moment.
We've seen hindsight twice.
We all knew this was hindsight not hindsight. We all knew this was a mistake in the moment. I logged on to Twitter to send out a tweet after the first drive of the second half when it was 3 straight passes. I said, hey, Kyle, maybe think about giving the ball to your all-pro running back. I saw like 20 other tweets of the same thing. Then after the second drive, the same exact thing. The third drive, the same exact thing. It was a mess, and everybody and their moms, except for Kyle Shanahan, knew it was a mistake in the moment, and Shanahan isn't even able to cop to it as a mistake now, after the game.
And there's people on the text line telling us to stop because we questioned the use of CMC early. Yeah, week 3, week 4, week 5, not in the playoffs. Take the MLB playoffs, for example. Bumgarner's going to throw in 3 different games, whether it's game 1 and game 4 and game 7. Your best player's going to be out there. And no, this ain't baseball. It's football. Guys get hurt. It's different, right? It isn't the same thing, but your best players have to get the ball in the biggest moments. You would not use Max Scherzer in the biggest moments. You wouldn't give it to Bumgarner. You wouldn't make sure your number 1 closer is in there in the 9th inning, game on the line. CMC is your freaking closer with the game on the line, and you put the 7th inning guy in, and he blew the lead for you. Now you're sitting there saying, wow, we're lucky. The offense came back. It's tied late, and then you lose still. Like, no one's saying that you can't protect your players early in the season. You can. We're for that. This team has Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and CMC. There's ways to spread the ball around to save your guys for moments like this. In fact, in this game, Give it to Kittle more. Create plays for Debo. You can spread the ball around, but going into this game, Grandy and I both said, many others said as well, the Chiefs had the 29 ranked run defense in the entire NFL. It's not like everybody wasn't saying, oh, that means it's a Chris McCaffrey kind of day. And with the ball on the 44-yard line of KC, they were like, that's fine. Okay, it doesn't make sense, Mark.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. All right, we got to hit a break. To the callers, we had to get that off our chest after hearing Kyle Shanahan. Apologies. You are coming up next. We got a favorite of ours, Philmo Mike, on the line. Philmo, stay on hold. We're coming to you. Also, Robert, you're next in line. A handful of others. Stay there. We will get to you. I promise you guys, if you hang out on hold, we will get to you eventually. We're with you all night until we got no more callers. So keep them coming. 888-957-9570. It's overtime as we continue to react to a Niners loss in the Super Bowl 25-22 to KC. More OT coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Okay.
Jennings, great play. Oh, this ball's in the air for a long time. McCaffrey's able to pull it down, and he's going in for the touchdown. Juwan Jennings with a touchdown pass.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Now that made it 10-0 in the final 5 minutes of the first half. Things were looking great for the 49ers. The Chiefs, though, the rest of the way outscored the 49ers 25-12. And they earn a victory in Super Bowl 58. Final score 25-22. Juwan Jennings threw for a touchdown, caught a touchdown. The second player in Super Bowl history to do that. It's kind of an odd list. Two-man list. Nick Foles, the Philly special, remember, that beat Tom Brady.
He's got a trophy.
Philly special, Nick Foles, and Juwan Jennings. The only players with a passing touchdown and a receiving touchdown in Super Bowl history. That highlight again, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on CBS.
To think, 7th-round pick, had a ton of personal issues at Tennessee. Ton. To point of, like, people thought undraftable. And now he's, like, one of the happiest players on the team. People gravitate towards him.
And one of the more like reliable and consistent.
Yeah.
Like he's not one of their best offensive weapons, but you know what you're going to get from him every single week.
There is no way I'm letting him leave.
He's a restricted free agent.
Yes. So essentially what that means is other teams can make offers and
the Niners have the right to match.
Yes, or they can let him go. And if they do, I believe it's a second-round tender. So they can tender his contract. If someone else signs him, they get a second-round pick in return. But I would like to think the way Juwan plays, fits in the system, that he's probably worth more than a second-round pick to them.
Probably. He's had an incredible postseason. They're not in the Super Bowl if not for Juwan Jennings, and they're not close in the Super Bowl without Juwan Jennings.
He's one of their best players in the playoffs.
He certainly proved his worth this playoff run as well, although the Niners, they fall short. All right, as promised, out to the phone lines we go. Up first is Philmo Mike. Everyone else stay on hold. We're coming to you after. Philmo, what's up? How you doing, man? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man. I'm not doing good. Let me just get a couple of things off my chest.
Yep, go ahead, FOMO.
The Chiefs, yes, I appreciate you, Grandy, Sterling. Y'all doing y'all thing, man. For real, for real. I already know how it is. It's hard. I was on air as well on the radio station that I work at, and I was just like, man, I'm distraught. I didn't think that we was gonna lose. A couple of things. The Chiefs didn't believe and couldn't believe that they won the game. When they won the game, they were like kind of like shocked, in my opinion. They weren't the better team, to what Guru said. This hurts. It really hurts. This is one of them losses that really, really hurts. It's almost like we got our due in the 80s and the 90s, and it's like now we're cursed. We're like Buffalo. We're like Cleveland. We're like the New York Knicks of the 90s. Shout out to the Sharks. Shout out to San Jose, man. We like the Sharks. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, this is the type of loss, and I love 95.7 The Game. I love interacting. I don't even want to talk to y'all about the Niners until we get back, if we ever get back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm honestly in shock. I thought we were going to win the game. I really did. I called earlier. I'm like, we're going to win 30-10. We were the better team. I'm looking at the game. I'm like, bro, what's going on? We're the better team. We have opportunities. We had some mistakes and mishaps, but we should have capitalized on our opportunities, and we didn't. Now, unlike y'all, I'm really not blaming Kyle. I'm not. That's just me, because I understand what he was saying. It kind of got away, but I do understand what y'all saying. If you would have just ran the ball on first down, bro, and then you got to use Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
Like, he's there. Use him. You can't miss extra points. I knew that would come back the hardest. And I want y'all to, real quick, I know I'm rambling. I know I've been talking for like a minute and 30 seconds, but hear me out. I don't know why the play to the flat where we're in the 7, it's like first and goal, and we're on defense. That play to the flat has been beating our ass all year.
Yeah.
All freaking year. And they never corrected it. I'm like, why is this play to the left side or the right side of the offense, the left side of the defense? I swear to God, you could watch 6 or 7 games, and whether we were in the game or not in the game, that play to the flat kept beating us, and Andy Reid had it for us. I don't know why we weren't prepared for that play. It's like you trying to skip over people. Just put Mooney Ward over there. He's right there. Put him there. Let the person that's coming inside, let Warner take him. I don't know, but I love y'all.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Filmo. We love you too. I'm not sure exactly which play, like specifically, Filmo's talking about.
I think he means the touchdown to end the game.
Well, okay, so that makes it even more interesting because that's a play that has haunted the Niners a lot.
Yeah.
Filmo was right. I do think the Niners defense deserves credit for stopping the outside run game in this game. They adjusted to that.
Shouldn't have got to
They
that
adjusted
point.
to that. But interestingly enough, that play that won the game for the Chiefs, the Mecole Hardman 3-yard touchdown at the end of overtime to walk it off, it was the same play the Chiefs ran twice to get into the end zone against the Eagles in the Super Bowl last year.
Wow.
The same play. It was not Mecole Hardman. It was Kadarius Toney. They line up that receiver. In this case, it was Hardman on the right side. He moves in motion, starts moving across the formation back to the left. And what happened with the Eagles last year, I need to go back and watch the tape of the Niners today, but what happened to the Eagles last year, they did it for a touchdown and I think for a 2-point conversion, or maybe it was 2 touchdowns. I can't remember exactly, but it happened twice. They start moving the receiver in motion, and the defense passes him off. They pass him off. So instead of that corner staying on him, they pass it off to a linebacker, and they start following him across the formation. Right when the defenders pass the man off, the receiver cuts back out to the right, reverses the motion, and suddenly he's wide open over there because they got no one accounted for him on that side. And it's the same exact thing that happened in this one. And Andy Reid post-game, I don't remember where I saw it, I saw him say, yeah, that's the play we ran last year in the Super Bowl, twice.
That was his bag.
It hurt. It's hurt the Niners in the regular season. A play like that, as Filmo is pointing out, and it was on the Super Bowl tape last year that I guarantee you the Niners watched.
If I'm correct, I believe, although not the exact type of play with motion, I believe that's how Jahmyr Gibbs got one of his touchdowns against the Lions. Just a simple out in the flat.
Was that a pitch? It might have been a pitch.
Either way, whether it's
it was
pass
out
or pitch,
to the right side of the formation.
To the right side, essentially in the flat in a way, albeit not the exact same way, but the right side at the goal line has been an issue. I mean, it didn't happen in this game, but how many times did I say, oh, they're in the red zone, Kelsey in the flat? It didn't happen, but you're expecting it. It's a play KC runs all year, and it's a play that at times the Niners can stop, but like 90% of the time they can't. And yeah, you got beat by a guy who's been there before and has won it twice. Now a third time because of that play. He's an expert at. He can call it. They can run it perfectly. All that to say, shouldn't have got to that point. Your defense played great for 4.5 quarters. Held Mahomes under 20 points.
You gave up 1 touchdown in regulation, and it was because of a special teams blunder.
Yeah, which on that same drive, your defense got a 3-and-out again. Your defense essentially, take away all the field goals and stuff, gave up 7 points tonight in regulation. Take the field goals out, just your defense on the field.
Well, yeah, it was the 1-play touchdown drive off of the muffed punt.
Yeah.
That was the only touchdown the Niners defense allowed in regulation.
That's
which
what
is
we're
more
talking
on the
about.
special teams than it is on the defense.
And I don't even blame Luter. And McLeod just panics, kind of like, oh my goodness, the ball's on the ground. He touched it. Like, I don't blame anybody in that position.
Ray probably should just fall on it instead of trying to scoop it up.
I agree.
But yes.
At that point, it's like, I have to get the ball.
That's just mayhem, chaos.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and even then, okay, your defense has been stuffing Mahomes and the Chiefs defense or offense all day, and it's a 1 play. We're back on the field again? Seriously? We're doing our job? Like, it just... Filmo's right. He's right. That play maybe should have been in Wilkes' head. The reality of it is it shouldn't have got that far.
Yeah, and like let's be real. Once the Chiefs got to the doorstep of the end zone like that, they were scoring a touchdown.
It was a pick or it's over.
They were scoring a touchdown. You need the Malcolm Butler, why didn't the Seahawks run the ball moment. You need a miracle in that situation, and you didn't get it.
And they wouldn't have got it even if the clock hit 0. It's Chiefs ball, second quarter, overtime anyways.
Yeah.
Same place. It wouldn't have mattered.
Kept on going. All right, back to the phones we go on overtime here on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. Robert, really appreciate you holding on. Robert out in Milwaukee. You're on overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Robert?
Hey, I'm not doing that great, I think, like most of us are, you know. I'm 17. I've been watching this team my entire life. I've loved this team my entire life. I was too young to watch the full Baltimore game, but I remember waking up and seeing the paper and seeing the look on my dad's face, and I knew we had lost that one. 2019 hurt so bad. But this one this year felt different. We had Purdy, we had our quarterback for once, we had CMC, and we were just dominating the Chiefs all throughout this first half. You know, our defense was in control, our offense had some mishaps, but we were driving down the field. And then I love Kyle, but you can't do what he did in that second half. Like, I don't think he should be fired or anything. I think he's the best coach in the league by far. But he's got to work. He's got to this offseason walk the film and just work on some of this play calling, because I think we have a good window. We've got Purdy. He's young. He's going to get better next year, I think. If we can get Greenlaw back early next year, like in the week 8 or 9, I think we have a good chance next year. But we need Shanahan just to, figure out how to improve somehow. I just want to see one Super Bowl win in my lifetime. I've been waiting 16 years, and I'm going to wait however many more. But yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate the call, Robert. Yeah, 17 years without a Super Bowl, that's a long time. For Sterling and I, it's been 27 and a half. Yeah.
There was an energy in the studio today.
It felt different.
Yeah.
Our caller's right. This year felt different.
And he's also right that if Purdy can get better, your window's wide open.
And Purdy doesn't regress. Purdy still plays like he did this year, which was legitimate MVP finalist, if not for one bad game on Christmas, probably the MVP of the league. You still have the biggest bargain in the NFL.
For one more year.
And then things change after that. But if you're looking at the Niners' legitimate window, this year and next year, and then everything's kind of up in the air after that. You're still going to have a lot of talented pieces on your team.
Yes.
Beyond that, you're going to have Bosa.
You can survive.
You're likely going to have Debo. You're at least going to have one of Debo and IU. Like, you're going to have talented teams, and you're going to be a playoff team, and you're going to be competing. But you got to take advantage of when you got this incredibly cheap quarterback. It's literally like league breaking what the 49ers are able to do. There would have been a conversation if the Niners won the Super Bowl. There would have been a conversation like, are they fair for the NFL? Right. It would have been maybe not as large or as prominent as the conversation was about the Warriors in the KD era.
Yeah.
It's just unfair. It's not fun. They're ruining the game of basketball. They're so good. You have all this all-pro talent. You win a Super Bowl. You come back with the same exact team.
Next year, yeah.
There would have been some of that conversation.
Yeah.
But nope, because you lost on the biggest stage.
I would like to think you felt the exact same way I did when you woke up this morning. Feeling pretty confident. You're nervous, sure. Anxious, yeah. Everyone felt that.
You and I both thought it was going to come down to the final possession.
We did.
Which it did, but we thought they're going to be on the winning end.
And, it's so funny. You and I have done all these games, maybe besides one. I think I wasn't here for the Browns game, but we have done all these games together. And when you go through an 18-week season plus playoffs, there is this sense of let's do this together. Let's be on the air and let's win a freaking Super Bowl. And, coming in today, it was like, this is the end of the season. There is no tomorrow. This is the end. And I felt, let's go out on top as the team did. whether this is our last overtime together, whatever it is, like let's end 2023, 2024 holding the championship belt. It got to a point I was rehearsing what I was going to yell and scream into the mic on the way home after every single Warrior game saying, hey, what am I going to say on Super Bowl Sunday when we win? Like, that might sound crazy, but that's how confident I was that this is going to be the year. That, what am I going to yell at the faithful? Like, we did this. We accomplished this. That all the 27 years, 29 years of suffering, of loss after loss finally paid off. And to know that I have to go home tonight, we have to sit here tonight, and we didn't play in the game, mind you. They feel a lot worse than we do, but go home tonight, our head hits that pillow, and it's like, damn, the same thing as 2019.
Gotta wait at least 365 more days to see something I have waited my whole life for.
And there is no promise it ever happens. There are people that have never seen their team. Imagine being a Cubs fan, 106 years. Cubs fans wanted that. Every Cubs fan, little kids, adults, I want to see my team win a World Series. There is no promise you ever get back. There's no promise you ever win one. I'd rather not go than watch my team lose 3 times. Don't. It's like you're right there on the doorstep. Don't trick me into believing. Don't tempt me into falling in love with the team, which I obviously do with this one, especially. This team is so likable.
And you will be in love with next year's team.
Of course, as always.
You'll get tricked into the same
I always will.
Again.
But this team was so much more likable than 2019 in a different way. Like, you can rally behind every single player. Their wives, Kristen Juszczyk, Claire Kittle, I'm rallying behind you. Brock Purdy's getting married. Let's go, man. Like, it felt like this was, in a way, a cumulative family effort. Old fans, new fans, children, adults, people who did see 1988 and 95 and all the rings in the Montana era. It felt like a cumulative, let's do this together. And we got nothing to prove. Nothing to show for it. And it's like, again, here we go.
Here we go again. Same old, same old. It's what it feels like. And I'm frankly, sick of the feeling. I have had this feeling too often, and I don't want to ever have it again. But the reality of being a Niner fan, it seems, I hate to say it, it feels like we are in the cursed territory because the Niners have been so close so many times over the last decade, and they just haven't got it done for whatever reason. Blame whoever the hell you want. This franchise just can't get over the hump, and it is infuriating as hell. All right, back to the phone lines we go here on Overtime at 95.7 The Game. Up next is Beto. Beto's in the city. What's up, man? You're on Overtime at 95.7 The Game.
Thank you for taking my call, man. And I feel the same way. Everyone is feeling it's heartbreaking. Everyone is pointing that finger, and I think my biggest concern is just Kyle Shanahan not taking the L. And you have to. There's no way. He can, manipulate it whatever way he wants. But it's, the stats don't lie. And for me, at this juncture of his career, he's 44, and, the lack of experience is showing. He did it with Atlanta. Now he's done it twice with the Niners, where the ball and the championship was in his hands. It's his call. And at the end of the day, it's experience. Bill Walsh started his career late. If you go back and look at it, when he started coaching the 49ers, he was 47 years old in 1979. And he started from the bottom all the way up to the top. Kyle Shanahan has been eating from the golden spoon. And yes, he is a genius. But when it comes down to it, he's dropping that ball. So I hope, he can learn from it. I can't say right now. I know emotions are high. Everyone wants him, we can fire him or do whatever, but, we got a Formula One car right now with the Niners, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Beto. Appreciate it. I think, first of all, to be fair to Kyle Shanahan, we've only played one little bit of his post-game presser. I don't know what he said the rest of the way. I do want to fire off a couple more Shanahan cuts. Maybe there is a moment where he takes responsibility and he admits mistakes and faults. The one piece that we did not play, as if you're with us in the last hour or earlier this hour, Sherling and I frustrated and upset by what he said about saying that he did not abandon the run game. He did not get away from the run game. But let's hear a little bit more from Kyle Shanahan. He was asked, does he have any regrets? Here's Kyle Shanahan.
What I can't live with is when I do stuff that I didn't plan on doing or that I didn't do and second guess myself. And I'm proud of what we did today as a coaching staff and as players in terms of we worked and we did everything that we planned on doing. We just didn't get it done. And any play that didn't work out, yeah, you always look at that stuff, but that's how every game is, and that's what we work at.
So long story short, no regrets from Kyle Shanahan. He did what he planned to do. It just didn't work out. Shanahan asked why this keeps happening to him, these heartbreaking losses.
And this is my second game as a head coach, but I think when you go against guys like Tom Brady and Pat Mahomes, you better never feel comfortable with the lead. Those are two of the best players to ever play the game, and that's why whether you have a lead or you're down points, those guys are always in it. We watch them all the time do that stuff.
We're searching for him saying, yeah, I wish I had that back. Yeah, that was my fault. I made a mistake. Haven't found it yet.
Kyle, you're right. You're playing Mahomes. You're playing the greatest in the game today. No one ever feels safe playing them. The difference is you maybe had the best offense equipped to go toe-to-toe with him, and your defense was actually shutting him out. That's the difference. You weren't the Ravens. You weren't the Bills. You weren't the Dolphins. You were the NFC participant in the Super Bowl with the number one offense in the entire NFL, a top 10 defense, and a top 10 defense today playing their best game of the season against the best quarterback all year. Maybe outside of Lamar Jackson. Yes, Kyle, you're right. No one ever feels confident against Mahomes and Brady. No lead is ever too safe. The difference is it's twice you've had experience facing the exact same quarterback with a less explosive offense.
Up by 10 both times.
And both
one in the fourth
times,
quarter, one in the first half, but still.
This one, I think, is the lead to me isn't the big issue in this one. It's the fact that you still clawed back. And you could have avoided this. You could have avoided this loss a lot more than 2019's because there was so much time to be had, and you had a whole half of shutting him down, and you didn't capitalize. That didn't happen in 2019.
Yeah, he blew a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter in 2019, though. These are tough ones. A couple more pieces of Shanahan sound, then we'll hit a break, and then we'll get to callers on the other side. He was asked about taking the ball first in overtime. I know this was also a point of contention for many Niner fans. Here's Shanahan explaining that decision.
This is something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Fair enough. If both teams equal after the first two possessions, then it's sudden death, and the team that got the ball first gets the ball third. So I guess that makes a little bit of sense. You also pointed out maybe your defense is just dead tired. You don't want to put them out there once again. It's not something that people on the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union are pointing to as well. You're going second. You're giving the opponent the knowledge of what they need to get on that drive, and the Chiefs knew a touchdown was going to win it, and they got a touchdown. In case that answer wasn't clear enough, Kyle was asked a follow-up. Again, explain that again, Kyle. Why'd you want the ball first in overtime?
Our biggest thing was we knew both teams were going to get the ball at least once, so we wanted to make sure if we won the toss, we wanted to be the team who got it the third time.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Why
are you playing for third?
I'm not familiar enough with overtime. I need to dive in it a little bit more. Before I can make a legitimate have a legitimate opinion on it, because I don't really know what's best.
Maybe we can tease this, but I don't like that.
Analytics probably favors going second. I would be my guess. But analytics, you don't trust it blindly, but that would be my guess.
So you're essentially banking on, which I get in this game, maybe a little different. You're confident in your defense. But if you know they're tired enough to not give them the ball, or to give Mahomes the ball and face your defense to begin overtime, why are you confident enough they're going to be good enough to face him second in overtime? Yeah, there's a break there, but you're essentially playing not to lose. We'll get it the third time, and we'll go and score. Well, like, who cares? Like, just go score a touchdown.
You might not have a third time. Maybe you didn't have a third time, and that was it.
Exactly.
You're playing for an advantage that is not guaranteed. That's
which is the dumbest thing ever. It doesn't even exist.
All right, we got to hit a break. We're a little bit late getting to this break. That's okay. We'll come back. We'll take some calls. We'll hear more Shanahan. It's frustrating. All of it is. I know. We're here for you. We'll keep going on overtime on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you.
DraftKings, the leader in fantasy sports.
just something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked to those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we thought it was in our hands after that.
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kyle Shanahan post-game tonight in Vegas after his team fell to the Kansas City Chiefs in overtime 25-22, asked why he decided after winning the toss to begin overtime, wanted the ball, and in all years of NFL football, wanting the ball to begin overtime is correct. 100% the right decision. You always want the ball to begin overtime. However, this was the first postseason game that featured overtime with the new postseason overtime rules. Instead of any touchdown at any moment, including the first drive of overtime immediately ending the game, now a team that scored the touchdown on the first drive in the postseason, they got to go back out on defense and deny their opponents from scoring a touchdown. So both teams, no matter what happens, have a chance to possess the ball. Kyle Shanahan citing almost the ability to end the game in sudden death on the third possession of overtime as if it were the first possession of overtime in the old ways the game was played. That's why he wanted the ball to begin. I also think there is a point about the defense being gassed and winded and giving them a breather because they were just out on the field for a very long Chiefs drive that tied the game up at the end of regulation. But Shanahan pointing to wanting the third possession when it would be sudden death if the two teams were equal through a possession each. But that's not guaranteed. They never got that far because the Chiefs got into the end zone and the Niners didn't.
I do not fault Kyle for taking the ball.
That feels like relatively,
Yeah, it's like, okay.
50-50.
Like,
I mean,
I can see the rationale behind it.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense. Like, go down, score 7, at least get some points, and force KC to have to score against your defense that had played lights out the majority of the game. And
well, to put it that way, that was not Shanahan's worst moment or decision of the game.
It was not. There were many more you can point to, or at least, more clutch moments you can point to. But what I don't understand, and maybe he dove into it further, or maybe he'll dive into it further on the XR interviews later this week. But I don't get, and you said it as well, I don't get why you're playing for a scenario which may never occur. Why are you just saying, okay, we'll go down, we'll score some points, 3 or 7. Okay, I had no problem at the time taking a field goal. Whatever, you have to get some points. Force KC to have to score against you, right? I don't understand if the plan is to, well, we'll score 3 here, we'll hold them to 3, then we'll get them on the third try. Why don't you score 7 now? And if their defense stops them, we aren't even having this conversation. Like, it really is semantics, right? But it did feel like, or hearing Shanahan, it does sound like the idea was, well, we'll put up some points, they'll put up some points, and then when only if we score, we can win the game. Why? Just, you play to win the game, no? You don't play to, oh, it's overtime, I got to outsmart KC here. It's like, I get getting the ball first, I get you letting your defense get a rest, but it's like, you're playing for an opportunity that doesn't even exist. Why? Just score points. 7-3, it did. Your defense didn't stop them. They won the game. But the reality of it is, why is your mind even going to that? Who cares? You think Andy Reid cares? If the Chiefs got the ball, they would not have said, we're going to get 3 and hope you don't score a touchdown. That way, if you get a field goal, we'll beat you next time. No, they'll just score 7 and win the game. And then stop you on defense. Like, that's such a weird
Well, to be fair to
concept.
Kyle, he wanted to score a touchdown. He just didn't, but if they score a touchdown and they got, and maybe what we should be talking about instead of the decision to take the ball, or at least the reasoning that Kyle had for it, maybe what we should be talking about is Kyle Shanahan on that first and Niners only possession of overtime. You have the ball. Let's see, after a 9-yard. Pardon me, after a Christian McCaffrey 6-yard run, you have 2nd and 4 from the Kansas City 9-yard line. 2nd and 4 from the Kansas City 9-yard line in overtime.
Yep.
Then you run it, no gain. 3rd and 4 from the 9. And that's when you try to throw like a fade out to Juwan Jennings, right side of the end zone. Never had any chance of happening because Chris Jones came unblocked. First of all, how is Chris Jones on a 3rd and 4 in overtime from the Kansas City 9 on the doorstep of the end zone? How is Chris Jones, of all people, unblocked? 3rd down is Chris Jones time. It's money time for Chris Jones, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. You got to at least put a body on him. I mean, even Hassan Reddick in the NFC Championship game last year, put a backup tight end and block him. At least put someone in front of him.
Yeah.
Maybe we should be talking about the execution of the offense once they got down inside the 10-yard line. You get nothing on a run to McCaffrey, and then on 3rd and 4, seems to me like Kyle Shanahan wanted to avoid a decision where he was thinking about going for it on 4th down through. I was thinking, run it, get a couple, 4th and 2, maybe run it again. Throws it. Tough play to Juwan Jennings in the right corner of the end zone. A fade, had no chance because Jones was right there. You kick the field goal. Mahomes gets a touchdown as almost most people expected, and the game's over.
Yeah.
So I think you can be upset about the decision to take the ball. Maybe you'd want it the other way. This is the first time this rule has been in effect. I think you're rarely going to have these instances because it will only be in effect in the postseason.
Yeah.
And this is only the second overtime game in Super Bowl history, so it might take a while before you get some real raw data about it. Maybe the bigger issue is what happened once you got inside the 10 on offense.
And it's so funny because this offense, I believe, all year was the number 1 red zone offense all season. Like, they were the best at executing in short yardage red zone situations. And fair to the KC, like Spags and those guys, Reed, Karlaftis, Jones, like they were good when it mattered most. Like they made plays. To stuff CMC is not easy. Like people on YouTube are saying, you're forgetting Spags exists. No one's forgetting Steve Spagnuolo exists. He's like, we talked about it.
The greatest defensive coordinator this game has ever seen.
He's so good. And you had him beat twice. And in this game, I don't blame Kyle for taking the ball. I don't blame them even for the play calling. I believe it was Filmo Mike who brought it up when he said that Kyle runs certain plays he doesn't have the personnel for at times. And I don't know what that play looks like. I have to go back and watch it. But Chris Jones doesn't get free unless there's miscommunication. You have 2 timeouts. I think you had 3 at the time. You may have had the look you wanted, but if there's in that moment, if you don't know what's happening, I am double and triple asking. Brendel, you got it. Banks, you got it. Burford, you got it. Like, I'm making sure we're all on the same page. And they can say, yeah, and they may not have it. Okay, that's football. But I am triple checking, and that's on Purdy. But, like, if you had the look you want, which I think they did, I don't know, someone missed a block or whatnot, but you cannot let Chris Jones, of all people, who had like 5 batted passes in the 2020 game, crushed Mike Person all year long, and the biggest play of the game, or at least one of them, stuff CMC. And then, or lights Purdy up, incomplete pass, field goal. It just, in that moment, I really can't blame anybody. It's like, well, that sucked. They made a play we didn't. Great. Okay, that's football. But the issue is that's football in overtime in the freaking Super Bowl. And sometimes things don't go your way. Sometimes they do. But again, in overtime, there's so many moments leading up to it where it shouldn't have got that far. And it's those moments before I can blame for what happens after. It's those moments before overtime, before the fourth quarter, I could point to and say, had you done this, that, and the other, you wouldn't have gone to OT. You would have won this game and had a 17-point lead, whatever it is. It's just not executing in the red zone, on 3rd downs. They were awful on 3rd down
2
today.
turnovers.
They were 3 and 12 on 3rd down today. Put themselves in positions on 3rd and 12 and 3 and 11, like for consecutive drives.
They got behind the sticks so often. It felt like pulling teeth. The offense
there was a
in
point,
the second half.
There was a point in the 3rd quarter on the screen said, on average,
like 3rd and 12.
3rd and 12. It's like
the average distance on 3rd downs for the 49ers on offense was like 3rd and 12.
And it's 3rd and 12 with a hindered Debo and a hindered Kittle late in the game. Your number 1 receiver, Ayuk,
was fine, but he wasn't Ayuk we've seen in previous years dicing up defensive backs because Casey's defense is so good. Like, he just didn't play like great teams, good teams that win big games, get off the field on third down defensively. They did that today. And they also execute on third down offensively, and they didn't do that today.
And I think the falling behind the sticks and the third and longs, it's another, I don't know, reason, another notch in the, well, that's why you got to just be a little stubborn and run the ball, because you're failing on your throws in the second half. The Chiefs were really good defensively defending the pass in the second half. They did not allow much in the passing game. Incomplete. Then it's 2nd and 10. You had some unfortunate penalties. That never helps. And then you're behind the 6, and it's 2nd and 15, and you're like, well, we got to throw it. Again, we're not upset. We're not arguing with the passing plays that were called on 2nd and 15 and 2nd and 12 and 3rd and 8. Like, of course, you got to throw the ball. Maybe every once in a while you call a draw to McCaffrey or whoever the running back is on 2nd and 12, and maybe you catch him off guard, you gain 8. But, like, no one's going to argue with that. But when you're consistently behind the sticks, and maybe you can throw one drive out the window, you go 3 and out, 3 passes, okay, whatever. Like, sometimes, Kyle, I want you to be more aggressive. And, you just got the pick. Maybe you're taking a shot deep. Play action, take a shot deep. And to Shanahan's credit, there were a number of times in this game. Ayuk had one in the first half. Debo had one, I think, early in the third. It might have been late in the second, where they had their men beat down the field. And it looked like it might have been a 40, 45-yard touchdown. And Purdy, there was a little bit of miscommunication with Ayuk. He kind of got caught up in the wash, it looked like, on one of those. Debo, though, had like 2 steps on his man. He was open. Purdy overthrew him. That happens. Kyle drew that one up well. It was a good play. It goes down as an incomplete pass. Tough break. Deal with it. So I can understand a drive. I can understand a play or two here. Sure, I get it. But when the rhythm of the game and the flow of the game and the pattern that you're in is incomplete on first down, 2nd and 10, you go backwards in the passing game, you get a penalty, and suddenly you're staring at 2nd and 15 time and time and time and time again, at some point you got to just say, all right, I'm not getting in this position again. I would much rather face a 2nd and 7 than taking a risk, maybe gaining 20, but potentially being in a 3rd and long again. I'm going to play it a little smarter, a little more conservative. I know that's kind of a buzzword we use, like, Kyle is so conservative. Like, sometimes it helps. And he picked the wrong moments in this one. Again, I can understand some of them here and there because it's just the way that the game goes sometimes. And you don't want to be too predictable. But Kyle was a little too much in one extreme for me.
Yeah, and for Kyle in this one, it just feels like, not that the game is too fast for him. There's been so many conversations of he's so afraid to get away from the script, so afraid to get away from, what's on the sheet. And I don't think that's the case, but it does feel like for as much as Kyle has coached and as many big games as he's coached in, there's just certain situations that are too big for him, and he just can't get it done. Now, that doesn't mean winning a Super Bowl. That's not what I mean. I mean the game within the game. Situational downs, certain play calls. It just feels like sometimes, I don't want to say he's outsmarting or trying to outsmart himself, but it just feels like sometimes Kyle gets kind of lost in the shuffle of like going through his papers like, that's on the 4th page. And it's like, okay, you don't have time to process it like a computer. Like, you have to hurry up here. Like, you can't be on dial-up. Like, we're in the 21st century, Kyle. Like, you're a smart guy. You're like a robot. I get that. You know all these plays, and you're an amazing play caller. You know far more football than we do. You're going to sit there and grind that tape through more than we ever will. But it just seems like, unlike Andy Reid, who had to learn for a long time in Philadelphia, unlike Steve Spagnuolo, that they know the game within the game, how to do situational drives. Spags was dialing up blitzes. Sometimes he got beat, but he didn't go away from it. He continued to pick his places. Sometimes Kyle doesn't always know when to pick his spots. Sometimes he's too aggressive in certain areas. Sometimes he's too conservative in certain areas. But it seems like in the biggest moments, he's always the wrong one in the Super Bowl. In the biggest moments, he's always the opposite of what he needs to be or should be. And it's unfortunate because he's so freaking smart. And he's so good at his job.
And he's clearly a very good football coach.
Yes.
Clearly. And I saw a comment on our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I apologize. I don't have your name. I lost the specific chat in the shuffle. And it was like, I hear all you guys all show talking about how bad Kyle Shanahan is and how the Niners should move on from him. First of all, we both
Never
disagree with that. We don't think that Shanahan should be fired, and we can guarantee you that he won't be.
Right.
But the comment was, but you're not naming anybody that would be better, and that's exactly the point. There's no one better available for the 49ers to coach this team than Kyle Shanahan.
There's one name that you're not going to bring in.
Bill Belichick?
Because he's not going to work.
Saying?
Yeah, like that's the one
I've seen that name
that has pedigree.
Floated around a
and
ton.
you're not going to bring him in.
No, it's not going to work.
It's
not going to work.
He's an old dog that has not learned new tricks. Great coach, one of the greatest of all times. No. Kyle is the coach and will be for as long as Jed York says he is. And I think that's going to be a long time.
Yeah, but the point is, the reason why we're not saying who should be the replacement is because we don't think there should be a replacement, and there won't be a replacement. Whether you love Kyle, whether you hate Kyle, whether you can forgive him for his Super Bowl shortcomings, whether you can't, he's your head coach for the time being and for most likely a number of years in the future. Because guess what? Before Shanahan got here, this team wasn't even sniffing the playoffs. And at least this team is consistently in the playoffs and consistently winning playoff games. Every time they've been in the playoffs, they have won 2 playoff games. Never won 3, never won 1, never won 0. They've won 2 playoff games every time they've gotten to the playoffs. That's it. No more than that. No more than 3 playoff wins in a single season for the Niners. Kyle Shanahan now in the postseason, 8-4. 8-4. 2-1. All 4 postseason trips, Kyle Shanahan, each year. 2-1 in the playoffs every time he goes to the playoffs.
Pretty good.
I mean, that's one of the best winning percentages for a head coach in NFL history in the playoffs. Legitimately, it is. It's up there with, like, Tom Landry and with George Seifert and with all of the greats, with Bill Walsh, with Bill Belichick. Like, it's up there with all of those guys. He just hasn't been able to get the big one, which is frustrating as hell. But it is the reality of this Niners franchise. They were nothing before Kyle Shanahan, and now at least they've been to the Super Bowl twice, and they've been to the NFC Championship game for the last 5 years. All right, back to the phone lines we go here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. Up next is Craig. Craig's in San Leandro. Craig, how you doing, man?
I'm okay. How you guys doing?
We're
been better.
Yeah, not great.
Well, look, so we've lost 3 Super Bowls now, right?
We've lost the last 3. Yep.
Now, you know which one is the worst for this particular 49er fan?
Which one?
It's the Blackout Bowl, where we couldn't get, was it 5 or 7 yards to win our 6th Super Bowl in a row. And there was a lot of drama in that game. Remember the blackout?
Mm-hmm.
Kaepernick, Harbaugh, and Roman couldn't get 7 yards for our 6th consecutive Super Bowl win. Now we've lost 3 in a row. Now, one more comment. In my humble opinion, Mr. Lynch needs to hire Mr. Shanahan, an offensive coordinator, to call the plays, and maybe an assistant coach somewhere to manage the clock. Thank you, guys.
Yep, thanks, Craig. I can tell you that there's an addition to the staff made. Shanahan is calling the plays.
Yeah.
No one else is calling these plays.
When they're losing their pass game coordinator, Clint Kubiak, to the Saints. So, they're losing offensive staff members.
Don't worry, they have another Kubiak who will step up in his stead.
Is it Clay? Probably Clay.
Yes, it's Clay.
Look,
Kyle will keep churning out young minds.
Kubiaks pull him out of the bushes. Look, me and you've already stated this plenty of times. Kyle's not getting fired. No one's replacing him. He's not giving up OC duties. It's just not going to happen. Kyle is the OC. He is the head coach. Yes, he'll have run game coordinators and pass game coordinators to follow what he says. His playbook, his scheme, his details, his coverages, his plays. That's Kyle. Like, you either live with Kyle or you fire Kyle and move on. The reality of it is living with Kyle so far has been a lot more successful than it was before Kyle. Jed York's not changing anything. Yeah, it sucks. They'll go to the media in a couple days in the exit interviews and say, what an awful season this was. We went so far, didn't finish the job. Is it a bust of a season? Yeah, you didn't win the whole thing. It stinks. It sucks. The reality of it is, come April, Shanahan's in that draft room making selections.
With a first-round pick.
Exactly. In May, in June, in July, it's the OTAs, the offseason program. He's there coaching. And before you know it, it's October, September, August, and we're right here in the preseason again. And Kyle Shanahan's the head coach of the 49ers. Nothing is changing. He's not getting an assistant. If he needed an assistant, it would have happened after 2019, 2020. Nothing is changing for Kyle Shanahan. It's just, you got to execute better. Got to make better play calls. That's all. That's his mindset. That's Jed York's mindset. That's all it is. Is it how you feel? Maybe not. How I feel? Maybe not. That's Kyle, though.
Yeah, it is Kyle. And you're not... Jed York's life was miserable and was legitimately hell before Kyle Shanahan got here.
Say something. Say something, Jed. Like, he was the whipping boy of the media.
Well, I mean, he was the reason why the Harbaugh... I mean, it was Harbaugh and Jed York.
He's one of the reasons, yes.
You don't have a fight without two sides.
Right.
He was one of the reasons for it. They did not get along, and that was a big reason. Their distrust of each other, dislike of each other was a big reason why Harbaugh left. And then you had Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly and all this terrible disaster that was the era between Harbaugh and Shanahan. And then Shanahan came along, and they struggled for a couple of years. But then they got Bosa, and then they got Debo, and they figured it out. And Jed York has quietly turned into one of the better owners in the NFL. Technically not the owner, the CEO. Like, his life has improved drastically since hiring Kyle Shanahan, and he's not going to change away from that right now. Quickly, I did want to address Bill on the YouTube chat, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union, talking about that Debo miss down in the end zone by Brock Purdy. Bill, you're thinking of the one where he was covered and McDuffie made an incredible play breaking it up. There was another one in the second half where Debo had two steps down the right sideline on his man off a little pump fake to the right by Purdy, and then Debo breaks down the right side. That time it was just simply a miss by Debo. There were two in the end zone to Debo. You're thinking of the one where he was blanketed, and it was a really good coverage, a really good play by Trent McDuffie of the Chiefs. All right, time for a break here on Overtime. We got a few more calls to get to. If you want to get in line, we still got time for you. 888-957-9570. It's Grandy and Sterling with you. Overtime continues after another Niner Super Bowl loss here on 95.7 The Game.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing,
Now back to Overtime with Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. What are we pushing? Almost 4 hours? When did we go on? When did this game end? I don't even.
Feels like eternity.
I don't even remember.
It's been 29 years, Mark.
Oh, we've been with you guys all night. Phones have been hot all night. We're coming to you guys here in just a second. It's Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Grandy and Sterling with you. 25-22. Kansas City wins. The Niners had a 10-0 lead late in the first half. They were shutting out Patrick Mahomes, one of the greatest quarterbacks to have ever played this game of football, despite the fact that he's, only 28 years old. He's played 6 seasons in the NFL. He's been to 6 AFC championship games. He's been to 4 Super Bowls, and he's won 3 of them. And he's 28 years old. And he's done all of that in 6 seasons as a starter, 7 years in the NFL. 2 of those wins for Mahomes come at the expense of Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. This one, in my opinion, we had a caller who said this one was not the most heartbreaking Super Bowl loss for the Niners. This one takes the cake for me. Maybe it's because it's the third, and maybe because this feeling is getting old. Niners had this one. They had this one, and they let it get away. 25-22 is the final. The Chiefs are victorious. The Niners, they go back to square one. They got to figure this thing out because they need answers, and they need them now because this is a very talented team, but they are, with every passing year where they don't get it done, they are, it's getting tougher. It's getting tougher for them to figure out a way to get this one done. All right. To the phone lines we go, 888-957-9570. Up next is Tim. Tim is actually in Kansas City, and he is a Chiefs fan. So we're going behind enemy lines with Tim here on Overtime. Tim, it takes a lot out of me to admit this to you. First of all, congratulations on your Super Bowl win, and welcome to Overtime. How you doing, Tim?
Well, thank you. And first of all, I'd just like to say that was a coin flip. It was a coin flip game. It could have went either way. And I can certainly understand how heartbreaking it is to lose that game. But, I had to go. I watched the Chiefs all my life, and I didn't get to see them win their first Super Bowl until I was like 59. So I understand. I think every fan base, there's only one fan base that's going to be happy, and that's who wins the Super Bowl. But my perspective on the game, I've been listening to, you guys could have ran the ball. That would have helped. But my perspective on the game was, when we got down the red zone, we only went 2 out of 6. So potentially we could have scored 47 points. Now, probably wouldn't have scored 47, but I would have liked Andy to keep the ball in Patrick's hands so he could throw more passes. I just didn't think we ran the ball very well. I thought your defense was awesome against the run tonight. That's my perspective.
Yeah.
Hey, Tim, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's it like having Patrick Mahomes as a quarterback? You got to feel like the luckiest man in the world, right?
Yeah, especially when you had to go through all those years of like Marty ball, run the ball, ground and pound, and just never having a quarterback to get you to the promised land. So when you got Patrick, you feel comfortable. You can still lose a game, but you feel pretty confident that you got a chance there at the end.
Yeah,
I envy you.
Appreciate the call, Tim. Good perspective. I will say, I think the difference, and obviously, Tim, you're a Chief fan. You have Mahomes. That is a major difference. You also don't have all-pro talent at every position on the offense.
Yeah.
The Niners do.
Everywhere.
The most efficient offense in the NFL, and per analytics, advanced stats, I know a lot of people just throw that all immediately out of the window. I don't care about the analytics. Per analytics, one of the best offenses in NFL history. NFL history. So I get it, Tim. Chiefs 2 for 6 in the red zone. Niners also struggled in the red zone. Niners have the talent, and they've done it all season, which is what makes it so much more frustrating. Niners have played now 3 postseason games, never once played anywhere close to their best football game. The Chiefs probably played like their 3 best football games of the season. 4 best football games of the season in the playoffs.
This team today, at least on defense, the offense is so back and forth. They were really inconsistent all day. This defensive performance, maybe outside of the blowout against the Packers in 2019, this may have been their best defensive performance in all of the Shanahan era in the playoffs. Like, I get the Chiefs' offense isn't as explosive, and maybe I'm misremembering a game or two here or there. Maybe I just have blocked out 2019 against Kansas City. Maybe I have. But the way this defense played to literally have one of their biggest weaknesses, face it head on and attack it and shut it down all game, Pacheco was almost a non-factor the whole game. Like, to be able to come in as a 26th ranked run defense and shut down Pacheco, one of the best running backs in the entire league this year, that's insane. For Steve Wilkes to not play Ambry Thomas, to use 3 safeties, essentially with Ryan and Brown and Gibson on the field at all times, to lose his starting linebacker and find a way with DFF and Burks. Like, this defense faced adversity coming into this week, faced it in the game, and they met it head on. And they answered the call almost every single time. So I know it's a tough loss tonight, but the defense today deserves all the flowers. Chase Young, Gregory, Kinlaw was great. Hargrave was great. They were eating up Casey on the inside. They were containing on the edges. They were tackling in space. But yes, going back to your point, this Niners team has all pros everywhere. And I know Tim's happy. Congrats, Tim.
Congrats,
you won a
Tim.
Super Bowl.
Congrats.
I hate that I have to tell you that, but I'm sure you're a great guy. You're calling in. Thank you for doing so. But I hate having to tell other people congratulations for what should be ours. I'm so tired of that. I want to have someone tell me, hey, Sterling, hey, Mark, congrats. Your team won a Super Bowl. I want to feel that. And we haven't so far, and it stinks.
It does stink. Back to the phones we go. Let's see. We do have another from behind enemy lines caller, not from Kansas City.
Owen Wilson, Gene Hackman. Oh,
but from another. We will get to that in just a little bit. So there's a little tease for you. But up next, he's been waiting patiently. It's Nick in Mountain View. Nick, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Nick, how you doing?
Oh, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I got a couple of bones to pick here. You guys were talking about a third possession. He didn't mean a third possession in the overtime. That's the third possession of the game. First possession is the kickoff. Second possession is the start of the second half. And he wanted the third possession, which is the start of the overtime. So that was one thing. And then, I don't know. I've had plenty to beef about Shanahan years ago, but I'm trying to think of one play where I went, what are you doing? There wasn't that tonight. It was execution. And when these guys come blowing up the middle and Purdy's got somebody in his grill and he's just firing the ball into the ground or throwing it wherever, that's execution. I wouldn't have questioned anything if they had blocked in the start of that third quarter and Purdy went and hit a couple of short passes, and you wouldn't have said anything either because they would have had a couple of first downs and it would have been rolling down the field. But, they had 2 3-and-outs, but I don't put that on Shanahan. I think it's execution. The only thing, and the defense had better execution, as you guys just pointed out. The only thing that I could say about any of the schemes, schemes or coaches, was that last drive. I didn't think Wilkes met the challenge with 5 guys standing 10 yards off the scrimmage line. He needed to send in a blitzer somewhere up the middle to keep Mahomes from running through those lanes. And sorry, I'm kind of cold. Running through the lanes, and because they were, like you said, they were pinching him from both sides. So, but when it mattered, you got guys 10 yards down the field, thing opens up, he just runs right down the middle and gets 20 yards. So anyway, that's what I had to say about that. I think everyone's laying too much on Shanahan. I think it just didn't get done. I think we need to shore up that offensive line a little bit better. McKivitz didn't have his best game. I don't know. Well, there's a lot of things you can point to, and certainly fumble and a ball off an ankle. So there were some bad breaks, and just a couple of times when guys just didn't do their job. And give it to Kansas City's defense; they played, as well as our defense did. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I agree with you about offensive line help in the offseason, and I agree with you with crediting Kansas City. I do, however, think you did misunderstand Kyle's reasoning. Let's play it one more time for those of you who haven't heard it yet or want to hear it again. Asked about why he took the ball to begin overtime. Here is again Kyle Shanahan explaining that decision.
This is something we talked about with, that none of us have a ton of experience of it, but we went through all the analytics and talked with those guys, and we just thought it'd be better. We wanted the ball third. If both teams matched and scored, we wanted to be the ones who had the chance to go win, and we got that field goal, so we knew we had to hold them to at least to a field goal, and if we did, then we felt it was in our hands after that.
Yeah, so confirmed. Kyle Shanahan is talking about wanting the third possession of overtime if it got that far. It didn't get that far. The only way it gets that far is if both teams score the same amount of points on each of their first drives of OT. If that happens, then it's back to sudden death. Next score wins. And if you get the ball to begin overtime, you also get the ball third. That was Kyle Shanahan's reasoning, which you can understand. It did not work out in favor of Shanahan because the third possession never did happen. But to our caller's credit, I do agree with his last couple of points there. All right, back to the phones we go. I mentioned another caller from behind enemy lines. This time, though, different enemy lines. Tim in Philadelphia. I'm not sure if Tim is an Eagles fan, but he joins us here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. Tim, what's up?
Well, you know what? I lied to your producer, and you absolutely guessed it right. I am an Eagles fan, and this is absolute just joy to hearing this right now.
Oh, man, Tim. Why you got to do this to us, Tim? It's almost 3 a.m. back there. Go to bed.
That's funny.
Listen, you guys come to our city back in December, but you know what? You won your Week 13 Super Bowl, so congratulations on that. So I would like to say that because you dressed black for a funeral.
Hey, Tim.
And I was there.
Tim, you lost to this team last year in the Super Bowl, too, man. You forget that?
You know what? I'm 31 years old, and guess what? At least I've seen one Super Bowl in my lifetime.
That's a point. Okay.
I know you guys can dig your VHS, tapes from 1994. And the best part about this is you complain about Cowboys fans, but you guys can be buddy-buddy now because none of you guys have won a Super Bowl in 30 years.
Hey, Tim, how was the couch this year? Was it nice?
Hey, all right, okay,
you lost to Baker Mayfield, Tim. You lost to Baker Mayfield, and we beat the Lions. That beat Baker Mayfield as well. You lost to Baker Mayfield, man, and your entire season crumbled down after losing to us. Lenore knocked the winning out of your running back, DeAndre Swift. Don't call in here to want to talk crap on the Niners and all this stuff. Hey, look, I respect you, Tim. I get it. You got a championship.
Yeah, no, we're hanging up on that.
Don't call in here. And I get it. We lost tonight. It stinks. We're trying to cope through it. I respect you, Tim. Be happy. Your team won one in your lifetime. Cool.
Oh.
You literally didn't score more than 14 points against the Buccaneers.
You know what that tells me?
In the first round.
We got an Eagles fan calling into our postgame show, and we are pouring out our emotions after a tough Super Bowl loss.
It's great stuff. It's great.
The Niners are still in the Eagles' heads.
Rent-free. Because guess what? They know even after this.
When did their season end? Like a month ago now?
It's so funny. Like, Tim, respect you. Call in whenever you want to.
You're a 31-year-old dude calling in at 3 a.m.
I mean, hey,
across
maybe he has
country.
Mondays off. I don't want to disrespect him like that, but Tim,
no, you're done.
Me and Tim can be fine. We can be friends.
You're
That's
done.
all. I get it. It's banter.
I gave you an opportunity to be friendly about it. I'm telling a Chiefs
and
fan,
he lied
congrats.
to Chris. He lied to Chris.
Yeah, you don't get to lie to Chris on my watch. No.
But
no.
But two, actually, he did have a point there. And I made it earlier, too, that the Niners feel like the Bills, feel like the Cowboys. And I hate saying that, but when you lose 3 Super Bowls in a row, I believe San Francisco and the Cowboys are 1 year apart in their Super Bowl wins. Like, it's 95 or 94, 95. Like, there's a 1 year separation, I believe. It's like there's the same amount of time in between them winning a championship.
I already forgot his name. His name was Tim. Was that his name? Tim from Philadelphia? Does that sound right? There was an Eagle at the Super Bowl today. Do you know who that was? It was Dom DeSandro.
Yeah, why was he there?
Because he was saying hi to Andy Reid, the one that got away from the Chiefs or from the Eagles.
And then you also have Javon Hargrave, who I think Philadelphia wished they had this year because Jordan Davis and who was the rookie again they had? The young kid, defensive tackle, who was crying on the sidelines when you lost to San Francisco in Week 13. I get it. You're a young team. You got Kellen Moore, and you got Vic Fangio's outdated defensive scheme. Every single defensive coordinator, Philadelphia, that has the Fangio style got fired, including Fangio this year. Good luck and see you next year. Good luck. And good night. Come on.
Have they hired an offensive coordinator yet?
Kellen Moore.
Oh, that's right. Kellen Moore.
Which,
honestly,
okay.
I think probably a decent hire.
He's fine.
We'll see. We'll see. All right, we got another call to get to here on Overtime on 95.7. The game up next is Richard in Belmont. Richard, you cannot possibly be worse than our last caller. Not a tough act to follow, Richard. How you doing?
All right. You hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Rich. We got you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Reason I'm calling, first I want to say, I remember about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I'm watching, and I'm maybe watching or listening to a Chiefs game. And I grew up in Chicago, a Bears fan, but I've lived here like 30-something years. And I remember I called the station, I said, the team to worry about is the Kansas City Chiefs. And I forget who was talking, but they thought that was silly, the Chiefs might not even make the playoffs, they're dropping the ball. I said, no. It's not Baltimore. It's not Buffalo, but maybe it's right by that Buffalo game. But I said, the Chiefs are the team that you guys need to worry about. And Mahomes is probably the best quarterback in the NFL now. And one more thing I'd like to say. When you said, you guys should win a Super Bowl, you should get it. Hey, I'm a Bears fan. I remember I grew up, I was born in the 50s, so I went through the 80s, and I watched the Bears and the Niners. And there was a couple Super Bowls the Niners won where the Bears were eliminated. And if it wasn't for the Niners, the Bears could have won probably 3 Super Bowls in the 80s instead of 1. So don't feel, nobody deserves it. It shouldn't be handed to anybody. Bears fans could tell you that too. It happens that way, but nobody should be given it because it's entitled to them. And I said about 3 weeks ago, look out for Kansas City. That's all I got.
Yeah, Richard, I mean, certainly if you were to say a month ago when I think there was not a ton of belief that the Chiefs were going to get to the Super Bowl, but if you were to say the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl, I mean, you're scared. You're freaking because they figured something out. They put it together. They got there, and they got the greatest quarterback in the NFL. Richard, you're saying now Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league. He's been the best quarterback in the league for 5 years now.
Probably since 2020, right? Or
2021. He won the MVP the first year as a starter.
Yeah, but Brady was still there,
around,
and Brady beat him in the Super Bowl. So since 2021, it's been Mahomes.
It's not new at this point.
No, and even if he wasn't the guy, he was number 2. He's been at the top for a while. And I get it, to Rich's point. Niners beat Chicago in 85 and 89. There have been a lot of no one's saying San Francisco deserved to win today. I think they did play winnable football for 3.5 quarters. I think the defense played winnable ball for 4 quarters, to be honest with you. The offense didn't. Shanahan didn't. I think Wilkes, it's really hard to contain any NFL team for 4 quarters. And so I can't blame the Niners defense for breaking in overtime. And even that drive of Kansas City took 13 plays over 7 minutes. It took them a long time, a lot of third downs. And
a fourth down.
I don't know who the caller was, but he mentioned he would have wanted to see Steve Wilkes dial up the blitz. They did on a 3rd and 6. They blitzed, and short crosser, Rashid Rice, boom, 13 yards, get you in Niners territory.
There was another one to McKinnon, if memory serves.
I don't see it on the play call, but
maybe I misremember. Maybe that was a blitz from earlier in the game.
But they blitzed, they brought the pressure, and as simple as it is, because he mentioned, I forget who it was again, but why are they playing 10 yards back? The whole point is don't get beat behind you, don't give up that touchdown, make the open field tackle, get you on 3rd and 6, get you on 4th and 4, hope you can get a stop. But
I also think at that point when you're in overtime, you're exhausted. You're emotionally battered. You're bruised.
You're more prone to get beat over the top.
I almost feel like defensively, I can throw what happened in overtime out the window.
It doesn't even matter to me. Like, the loss sucks, but OT defense, whatever. Like, you played lights out football for 4 quarters. Like, eventually you're going to break. And they did. And it sucks, but...
Shouldn't have even been in that position.
Man.
All right, we got a little bit of time left for you. If you want to get in quick, now's your time. We got open phone lines for you for the first time all night. 888-957-9570.
More Philadelphia fans, please.
There is a... We do have an Eagles fan, at least a Philadelphia guy. He's got, I think, Bryce Harper as his photo on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, who is spamming the chat. Kevin, keep it up. Keep spamming. We appreciate the engagement.
Just helps the analytics,
We
my friend.
appreciate the engagement. Keep it going, Kevin.
Thank you so much.
Keep it going, Kevin. We appreciate it. Love you. Love all of our listeners out there in Philadelphia. Keep it going. This one is... This is hard to get over, but honestly, that Eagles fan calling in puts a little smile on my face.
When you lose a game like this, it's like, how can I impose my will on somebody else? And knowing that misfortunate Philadelphia Eagles fans still haunts them, that we're in their head rent free, makes me really, really happy.
You would think that you would think that what happened to the Eagles last year would maybe change their perspective this time around, but I guess that's just, as we said earlier, how much Niners are in the Eagles heads. But to the caller's point, and to be fair to him, he does know what a Super Bowl feels like. You and I don't.
He does.
And this feeling is getting incredibly old. And I feel like I'm running out of faith in terms of confidence that this era of players, this group of players is going to win a Super Bowl, but I am confident that Shanahan still gives them the best chance. But just time and time again, dealing with the heartbreak and realizing that it's going to be more difficult moving forward,
right?
It just feels less and less likely. But I still feel like they are on the right path to getting it done. We just don't know if it's ever going. Like, up to this point, I felt confident that at some point it was going to happen. Now I'm just like, I don't know. I really don't know.
And maybe it's just because the fan in us, like, this win is so demoralizing, where imagine being a player. Like, you don't ever want to watch, or like, imagine walking back into Levi's for your media day, exit interviews. Like, you're sick to your stomach. Like, you go home from Vegas, albeit a short flight, you go back to NorCal after a whole week, 2 weeks now actually, of just a bunch of nonsense. You got the fire alarms, you got the field, you come out there, play your best ball, and you come up short. And you have to look somebody in the eyes. And Fred Warner talked about Dre Greenlaw and mentioned that he got in the locker room once Dre tore his Achilles. And, they brothers. They're basically brothers, right? Looked at him in the eyes and was like, hey, man, like, we're going to get this for you. Like, don't worry. Like, we're going to go out there and we want to win this for you. And then you realize that Fred Warner's likely not going to be lined up next to Dre Greenlaw for the majority of next year. Now, maybe it isn't too severe. Maybe he recovers really quickly, which is great. He has an entire offseason. That certainly helps. He's going to have, I don't know, 8 months, 9 months to get back on the field, which isn't a lot of time, but maybe it's enough. Maybe it comes back in December and January for a playoff run. That would be great. But when you realize Fred Warner's not going to be there, or Greenlaw's not going to be next to Warner next year, Chase Young likely gone, who was awesome in this game. Gregory likely gone. Clelin Ferrell, who was good all year, got hurt, didn't play in this game, is probably going to be gone. You're going to have Nick Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead, Kinlaw, probably gone. And Drake Jackson, up a torn or knee injury. Like, you're going to have a lot of holes to fill, and they could be there on the right track. Those guys can all play great next year, and they'll be in the exact same spot they were this year with a chance to win it all. Maybe it happens, but I don't know if my faith is lost, but it's certainly diminished. Yeah, I'm faithful. I'm sure you are too, Mark, but maybe it's the moment it hurts, and you just kind of shake it off and get over it in a few days, but I do think there's a portion of the fan base that is sitting back like, I don't know if this is the group. I don't know if this is the team. I don't think it's the coach. And I don't blame him. You got to pay Purdy in 2 years. You don't know. Like,
this was the
anything can
best
happen.
chance.
Yeah.
You can win in the future, but this was the best chance. Like, the Niners can win a Super Bowl next year, 2 years from now, 3, like whatever, and you're still going to look back at the 2024 Super Bowl as that was ours.
Biggest gut punch.
Like, you could win, and you will lessen how bad this one feels, but it's still going to be that was ours, and we let it go. We let it slip through our fingers, which is a really, really difficult emotion to process. Now, you hope that they get one, but you never know. You never know. It's not easy to get back to this game. Look how difficult it was for the 49ers to get a second chance, and now they need a third chance. It's rough. All right, we got one last call to get to. We will do that momentarily. First, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by the First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's bring us home. Up next, and the final caller of the night here on Overtime is Percy in Oakland. Percy, what's up? You're on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We're dealing with this loss.
My thing was like, I know that you guys are saying the defense played well, but some of it's also on the defense and special teams. The most important extra point, literally, in the freaking game, you had it blocked. And I know you can't say it's on Moody, people want to say it, whatever, but you just can't have it blocked. I don't know if it's on the kicker, I don't know if it's on the lineman, but you can't have that freaking extra point blocked. Then the defense themselves in the second half. It's got to be some of it, right? Whenever the offense literally answered Kansas City, I think, 4 times they surrendered the lead, and you just can't do that in the big game. So, like I said, some of it's got to be on the defense, too. And then there's some officiating where I saw some holds where literally the lineman for Kansas City was holding the inside shoulder pads of Nick Bosa. I mean, that's got to be seriously reviewed.
Yeah, Percy, appreciate the call. I honestly was fine with the officiating for the most part today. You could look at almost any single play in the NFL and say that there was a hold that didn't go called. That's just kind of the nature of it, especially in the postseason. Officiating is not on my radar at all when it comes to this game. Like not top 10 anywhere in my mind.
There is so much actual football that cost San Francisco.
Yeah. And to answer your question, Percy, I think the missed extra point was more on Moody than anything else. Mm-hmm. He barely got that thing out above the ground. I mean, it was barely over the line of scrimmage, over the line of defenders.
Yeah.
And then the guy snapping the ball, it was barely overhead of those guys.
And at that point, okay, so yeah, they missed a PAT. Maybe it changes, like you said plenty of times, maybe it changes Kansas City's offensive mindset late in the game.
Yeah, so that would have made it. That would have made it a 4-point game. It would have been 20-16. Or pardon me, it would have made it 17-13. The Chiefs then kick a field goal with 5:46 left. Maybe they still kick that field goal, but maybe they go for it on 4th and short. But say they kick the field goal. Okay, they're down 1. Niners go down and get a field goal. Okay, they're up 4 then. Then the Chiefs down 4, go all the way down the field, and then instead of kicking the 29-yard field goal, guess what? They go for the end zone, and maybe they get into the end zone, and then maybe they win. So if the Niners got the extra point, they very well could have lost in overtime. It would have come down to a do-or-die play for the Chiefs near the goal line, no matter how you splice it up. So extra point, miss, bad. Obviously, but you could have very easily still lost the game. It would have changed the calculus of the game. The Chiefs would not have been playing for a field goal. They would have been playing for a touchdown, and knowing Mahomes, they might have gotten it. Honestly, you could have easily lost in regulation if you made the extra point. You'll never know how it would have worked out. Maybe your defense comes up with one stop and you win, but maybe not. So I'm not really going to waste too much time thinking about that missed extra point because I don't think it really was. It's not a guarantee you were going to win the game if you made it.
No.
And I'm not going to waste time thinking about it.
Yeah. Like, okay, it happened, whatever. Like, there's, again, so many other examples of how you didn't execute.
2 turnovers.
Not capitalizing on their turnovers.
Yeah.
It's sometimes like, yes, I think SF Chiefs played a great game. I don't want to discredit them at all. They're champions. Congratulations. You've won 3. You've won 2 in a row. I despise you because I hate saying that. But sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce your way. Like, Kansas City fumbled, 6 times?
Was it 6?
5 or 6. I believe it was
5.
6. Maybe it was 5. So it was 5. They recovered 4 of them.
Yep.
And some of them bounced right into the hands of their own players. You can't prevent that. Your defense did its job.
And the Niners fumbled twice, and the Chiefs recovered both.
Exactly.
That's the game right there.
Yeah.
You didn't fall on their fumbles; they fell on yours.
And you got 1 interception and didn't score off it. Like, it's stuff like that. Like, football is such a complex sport. There's chess and checkers, a game within the game. Like, you can look at every single play. It really is a very simple reason as to why San Francisco lost. Kansas City capitalized on your turnovers, and you didn't capitalize on your takeaway. It's really that simple. If San Francisco scores 7 off of Jair Brown, or even a field goal, scores a field goal on the Jair Brown pick, maybe they win the game. It at least gives you a better chance. If they don't fumble the ball, which, again, the ball bounces weird, but if you don't fumble the ball from Luter and McLeod, maybe you win the game. Like, it really comes down to just the ball landing in the wrong spot at the wrong time, and you're not capitalizing.
Yeah. All right. We got to wrap things up here on overtime. We're going to do what we always do to close this out.
Game balls
we got to hand out game balls.
Okay.
I don't really know where to go with this. By the way, to make you feel a little bit better before we do get on out of here, that Philly fan who was spamming the chat, ever since we called him out, he is not. He stopped spamming the chat. So mission
he's
accomplished.
a front runner, like all the Philadelphia Eagles are.
They don't want to get called out. Once he got called out, he disappeared.
Hargrave's gone. Now Son Reddick one's out. Who else wants to leave? Jalen Hurts. I don't want to play in Philadelphia anymore.
Man. All right. Game balls.
My tears.
Oh, man. I don't know what the hell to do. I mean,
do you want to give one to Mahomes?
I feel like you got it, right? You can take that one. Go ahead.
I mean, why wouldn't it be Mahomes? But I will say this.
66 rushing yards.
The only reason as to why he's getting one is because of what he did in overtime. He threw a pick in this game. He threw the ball 46 times. Like, they did what we exactly said they had to do. Make Mahomes beat them. I think San Francisco beat themselves a lot of the time, especially on offense, to pull away from them. But he was sacked 3 times, like turned the ball over once. But in overtime, when it mattered most, he was perfect. 8 for 8, had 69 of his team's 75 yards on their final drive, including the game-winning touchdown. It pains me to say this, but Patrick Mahomes has to get a game ball.
He does. He definitely deserves one. Maybe the most obvious one for the Niners. I guess there's a couple, at least offensively. Juwan Jennings gets a game ball.
Oh, yeah.
He threw a touchdown on a double pass. He threw it to Christian McCaffrey. It was a dangerous ball. That ball was in the air for so long. I thought it was going to be like a pick six the other way for a bit. It's one of those dangerous kind of passes, side to side. East-west, not north-south, and it was dangerous. McCaffrey caught it, ran into the end zone for a touchdown. That was a great moment in this game. Then he also caught one. He broke a tackle, carried a couple of defenders with him from 10 yards out. He got into the end zone, had 4 total catches, had a huge third down conversion late in regulation as well. Juwan Jennings gets the game ball 100%. He was incredible in this game. Offensive weapons not named McCaffrey, not named the offensive player of the year. Juwan Jennings was the next best Niner.
I'm going to give you a 2-for-1 special because why not? It's the last game of the year. I'm going to say Nick Bosa and Chase Young. Chase Young being criticized for his effort. His effort was stupendous tonight. But Nick Bosa and Chase Young contained the edge, forced Mahomes back up inside. Nick Bosa had 6 tackles. He had 2 tackles for loss. They were great in the running game. He also had 3 quarterback hits. There was a lot of pressure on Mahomes all night, and that really is kudos to what San Francisco's edge rushers and defensive line did. Chase Young, he had 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss. So between them, 1 sack, 3 tackles for loss, and 5 quarterback hits. I thought both of those players, Bosa being one of the highest paid defensive players in the entire league, I think he actually is the highest paid defensive player. And Chase Young, former defensive rookie of the year, a top 2 pick. In the biggest moments of the game, they were getting pressure, they're making plays, and they gave San Francisco a chance to win this game over and over and over again.
I can't bring it I don't have it within me to give the Chiefs another one. So I'll go the other obvious one offensively. McCaffrey did fumble on the opening drive, but he had 160 yards from scrimmage, 80 on the ground, 80 through the air, had a touchdown, 30 total touches. I would have liked to see him get those 30 touches in a different way, a little more early in the third quarter, but he got 30. He got 160 total yards and had a touchdown. He is still, even in a game like this where he fumbles the ball, he's still the Niners' machine offensively, and they're not close to winning this game without him. So McCaffrey, a deserved game ball for one of the more incredible seasons in NFL history.
I will give an honorary one to Spagnuolo. I thought he was great down the stretch. We know how good they've been in the entire playoffs. Spags and Shanahan was going to be the big matchup, and Spags, for a bunch of different reasons, came out on top. But I do want to give one to a player who's likely not going to be brought up much in the next few days, Chris Conley. Brought in.
You're right. That's a great call.
Brought in during training camp, wasn't supposed to make the roster, a practice squad guy, elevated him, he got signed to the main roster, and he was all over the field today. When Debo was out, when Ayuk was out, when Kittle was out, Conley had one catch. He had one catch, 18 yards on one target, but on special teams as a gunner was phenomenal making plays. He made Richie James irrelevant. He made punt returning for Kansas City mean nothing. And Wisnowski was great in the game for them, getting field position, but Conley, just awesome. Putting the defensive positions to stop Mahomes, get 3 and outs. He was incredible today.
And he had a big third down catch.
Yeah. Chris Conley was
Conley
awesome.
and Ray and who else were on? Elijah Mitchell were on the field instead of Ayuk, Debo, and McCaffrey, and they got a third down conversion.
They were awesome.
And then the next play, they threw it to Ray over the middle for a big gain. That was one of the more wild moments of this game. I guess quickly, final game ball. I mean, the kickers in this game were kind of amazing. The missed extra point aside, 7 for 7 field goals, and twice we had a new Super Bowl record for longest field goal made.
Butker.
Jake Moody made a 55-yarder, the first score of the game. At that point, an NFL record for longest field goal made in the Super Bowl. And then Harrison Butker, with 5 minutes to go in the third, made one from 57. Butker would add more field goals. He made 4. Moody would add another 53-yarder. He made 3 in total. So I think the kickers deserve a shout-out specifically, though, to Harrison Butker, who now holds the record for the longest made field goal in Super Bowl history. And, those are the game balls, and that'll do it for overtime.
Should we mention Logan Ryan?
You can if you want.
I'll just say I do want to give Logan Ryan and Lenore a lot of credit tonight. Lenore's big forced fumble, but also Logan Ryan, who off the bench, off the street, going on a cruise, Disney cruise, called him up, said, "We need you." Cool, I'll be there. And is playing in the Super Bowl. And I thought played pretty well, guarding Travis Kelce, and for a half, 1 catch, 1 yard. I get second half wasn't what you wanted, but about for a half, Logan Ryan played really well.
Yeah, Fred Warner as well. 13 tackles, led the team, doing it without his running mate for a lot of it as well. Fred Warner, obviously, I mean, you expect that. All-pro Fred. He was great again, and he might have to do it without his running mate for a lot of next season, if not the whole thing as well. Because if you missed it, Dre Greenlaw has torn his Achilles, and that is generally at least a year recovery. But who knows? Purdy came back way earlier than we expected from a torn UCL. Maybe Greenlaw comes back earlier than expected from an Achilles. But that's a conversation for the offseason and not for tonight, or should I say early this morning, because it is past midnight here Pacific Standard Time, and that means it's time for us to get the hell out of here and to send you guys away and to get some sleep because we're going to need it to recover from this Niners loss in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. Final score 25-22. Before we do get on out of here, I just want to thank everyone involved with Overtime. This has been an awesome season to be with you guys. After every single game, except for one, when there was, I think, a conflict with the Warrior game. We've been with you every single time after Niner games this season, and it has been absolutely our pleasure, my pleasure. It's been so much fun. So shout out to all the listeners, everyone calling in, all the people on the Comcast Business text line, the YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Thanks to Sterling. Thanks to Chris. Thanks to Craig, who was with us early in the season. Shout out, Craig, if you're listening. I know you're not. But it's been a ton of fun. It's been a ton of fun doing this with you, Sterling, all season long, and who knows what next year holds. But I'd love to be. Well, I guess you're going to be gone. Never mind.
So
I'd love to be back on this show next year. But it's been great doing this one with you this season.
Yeah, this is. Thought it was going to end in a big one, but yeah, this is well, I guess unofficially official. My last overtime show on 95.7 The Game for a while, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So, not the way we want to go out, but very proud of this team. Proud of what we did here for 18 plus weeks, a full season. Started in OTAs all the way to preseason, and here we are. Like, who would have thought? I think everyone did, but what a crazy season. Been a lot of fun, a lot of great stories. Brock Purdy, who would have ever thought he'd be this good? I get you lost tonight. We all lost tonight. It sucks, but I guess there's always next season.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Alan Stiles, who we hosted the show with at the very beginning of the season, and then he got a full-time job in Sacramento, hosting radio out there. He was in Vegas, so shout out to Alan Stiles.
Met Cam Newton. Very big height discrepancy.
Yeah, he looks tiny in that picture. If you don't follow Alan on Twitter, follow him and go find that picture because Cam Newton made Alan look like a very, very small human.
Tiny man.
But yeah, appreciate everybody. It's been so much fun bringing you overtime here on 95.7 The Game. Wish it could have ended in a better fashion, in a more celebratory fashion. But it's been great being with you all season long here on Overtime on 95.7 The Game. And because we went so late, you don't have to wait that long until we got more local Niners reaction here on 95.7 The Game, beginning at 5 in the morning. And then you've, of course, got Bonte and Shasky, 6 a.m. They are still in Vegas. They will be doing a show from our sister station in Vegas, but you'll hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. If I know Bonte and Shasky, I know that you are not going to want to miss tomorrow morning. It might be disappointing. It might be frustrating. It might be, I don't know, disheartening. It might be depressing. But it's going to be can't miss radio. So you guys should definitely tune in tomorrow. And then Steiny and Goo from 10 to 2, Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 as well. All right, that'll do it for Overtime in this 2023 season, the 2024 postseason. One final time for our crew here today. For Chris, for Sterling, my name is Mark Grandy signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in to Overtime right here on 95.7 The Game.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our President's Day sale's on now, and it's big. Up to 50% off store-wide, 0% financing for 18 months, and no sales tax. Go to floorstores.com for directions. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
And everyone gets their boats out because they think we're all going to go out in the ocean and float away. But for others, a wintry combo of sleet, slush, snow, and ice, whatever winter means where you are, Tire Rack has tires that will elevate your drive. All-season tires, all-weather tires, and dedicated winter tires. Go to TireRack.com. Use the Tire Decision Guide to get a personalized tire recommendation. The right tires for how, what, and where you drive. Choose from the full lineup of Continental tires. Ship fast and free to you or one of over 10,000 recommended installers. You get free road hazard protection for 2 years. Mobile tire installation is available in many areas. Have you heard about this? They bring new tires to you at home or work and install them on site. It is a game changer.